yesterday, you're good. We will peek back in there with some of the things that are in there related to today. So we're going to switch gears from what we talked about yesterday, and we're going to talk about behavior. And this is also my favorite day because I love talking about behavior. And I can't talk about behavior data without really getting into like behavior change and all those good things. So we're going to have like a little taste of my behavior change PD in here today because we got to talk about that when we're talking about the data piece. Same rules apply as yesterday. If you have a question, we're a small enough group. If you have a question during the session, please raise your hand. But again, the question cannot start with, I've got this kid. And it's even more tempting with the behavior stuff because like we've all got that kid and I get it. But again, for confidentiality and respect to that child, rephrase that question maybe. Be like, or escape behaviors, or if I was taking data this way, or just come up to me a break and we could talk about that kid. Feel free to take your bathroom breaks, your movement breaks whenever you need to. You guys did an excellent job sitting all day yesterday. So one more day is sitting ahead of you. And we'll take a break mid-morning, lunch at 11:45. And yeah, let's jump right in today. Also, I've been told by the tech gods I'm not going to have any tech issues today. So it's going to be awesome. So to get started, just like we did yesterday, let's bust out our phones and we are going to take a little pre-test again to give you a sneak peek at some of the things we're going to talk about and then kind of see where our knowledge lies, and we'll do this at the end of the day to see what we've learned. All right, let's find my guy here. Okay. All right, so everyone go to Kahoot, KAHOOT.IT. Let's mute the horrible noise. No. It's literally the worst. Oh, you like it? All right, 668009. A little vision test while our coffee kicks in. Again, please don't put an inappropriate name. If you've been inspired by using Kahoot and you are a junior high or high school teacher, do not let your students pick their own names. It will get really inappropriate and gross really quickly. I like whoever just picked water. No one wants anyone else to see their scores, so they're going to pick something really obscure. Okay, everyone got in? 668009. All right, let's start. You should prioritize data. You should prioritize what you collect data on. True or false? Take data on everything. The true and falses were tricky for us yesterday. See if I tricked you guys up today. True. We want to prioritize what we take data on. Don't worry, I am not going to ask you to take data on nose picking. True or false? Behavior definitions should be observable and measurable. You guys have like a leg up on this one because you were here all day yesterday. False or true? Although I am tricking you up with the order of the true falses. I realize Kahoot does this, not me. They mix up the order. False or true? True, good. Hopefully that person just got mixed up on the true-false order. A good way to track tantrums is frequency data, rubrics, duration data, prompting level. Remember, this is our pre-test. Cool, duration data. So we'll talk later about why duration data is going to be the best way to track something complex like a tantrum. ABC, in relation to behavior data, stands for always block consequences, after behavior causes, antecedent behavior consequence, or antecedent behavior collect. I really love always block consequences. I want to start that. Cool, antecedent behavior consequence. You collect ABC data to determine if your intervention is working, figure out why the behavior is happening, know when to start the intervention, or to help prioritize staff training. So this is why we are collecting ABC data. Awesome. Figure out why the behavior is happening. Another word for function in relation to behavior change is observable, the strategy, incompatible, or the why. Great, the why. So we will talk more about that today because that really ties into why we're taking behavior data, is the function. Some of the functions of behavior are sensory, escape, attention, tangible, irresponsibility, attention or control, escape, control, attention, off-task, defiance, escape, and sensory. So which are the functions of behavior? Awesome. Sensory, escape, attention, and tangible. So we might touch on a little bit. Control is one that a lot of people think isn't a function of behavior, but we're going to talk a little bit about what control really is. A replacement behavior should be already known by the student, harder than the negative behavior, taught only by the teacher, or incompatible with the negative behavior. And we cannot talk about anything behavior without talking about replacement behaviors, so we will be talking about that today as well. Awesome, incompatible with the negative behavior. So we'll talk later this morning about what that means. True or false, negative attention can cause behaviors sometimes. False or true? True, awesome. You guys all know that, right? This is the right room for that question. True or false, for interval data, the interval lengths can change. So we did talk about this a little bit yesterday, about interval data. False or true? False. So we're going to talk about why with interval data we want to keep those interval lengths the same. And we'll talk a lot more about interval data than we did yesterday because I think it's really applicable for behavior. True or false, you should include the supports your learner needs to be successful within the IEP goal. False or true? It tends to prefer it this way. It's very weird. Yep, true. We want to include the supports that your learner already needs. And I think there might be a lot more than you think, so we're going to get into that this afternoon. What type of prompt is the most invasive? Partial physical, visual, modeling, or indirect verbal. So most invasive prompt. Great, partial physical. You should chart data only when a lawyer is coming to the IEP. Secret hidden answer, right? You think it will help show trends, you think your principal wants you to, or you are bored. If anyone clicks you are bored, everyone's going to wonder where you work. Awesome. When you think it will help you show trends. I mean, if a lawyer's coming, it probably wouldn't hurt, right? Paraprofessionals should never help with behavior data collection. False or true? So again, that tricky double negative. Awesome. False. And last one, what is treatment drift? Something new we're going to talk about this afternoon. You forgot about the intervention. You train staff to implement the intervention. There is an unplanned or unintended change to the intervention, or the data shows no change. Cool, there's an unplanned or unintended change to intervention. So we'll talk this afternoon about what that means. Good job, everyone. All right, let's jump in. Okay, so before we start talking about behavior data as a group, let's get back with our tables. If there's anyone new, be a nice friend, introduce yourself, ask them where they work, all those nice friendship things that are hard as an adult. And let's talk about behavior data. So yesterday we had a good little self-assessment on academic data, but let's switch gears because behavior data is like a whole different beast, right? Like no pun intended, but pun intended. What is the hardest thing about taking data on negative behaviors? How does your team work together to do this, or does that not happen yet? Do you think your data is accurate? You're like, we take data, but I don't think it's very accurate right now. And then what are the biggest struggles related to this bend? So let's take 3 or 4 minutes and chat with your table specifically about the status of your year with tracking negative behaviors.
She doesn't have that external sensory growth there. We tried 2 times a day. We've increased the time. She's not. 1 time a day was okay. And we tried, and we're still pushing it. She's not, because Alyssa's in there now. And set her off. Why did Alyssa come on? And all she's doing is that's where she's like second and third graders.
Okay, let's come back together. So what is the hardest part for you, for your team in general, about taking data on negative behaviors, challenging behaviors? What's the hardest part?
Getting the consistency.
Consistency.
Trying to know what it is they're looking at, when and how to do the tracking. We have a lot, the parents do a lot of journalizing.
Yes. They like to journal, you said?
Yeah.
And the journal, we'll talk about,
We tell them not to.
we'll talk about the problem with the journals. We will talk about that because it's funny you say that because I've been, when I go to a school for a behavior consult, often I'm handed like 3 spiral notebooks and they're like, here's our data. And I'm like, oh, that's so cute. You think I'm going to read that all?
Yeah.
And it's not that I don't want to. It's just that even if I read it all, I'm not getting any information, like good information out
Well,
of it.
and I can say I've experienced, we had a district that tried to turn that into the attorney when the advocate got fought, and he just gave it right back to teacher, this is useless.
Yeah. Because also, you tend to write that right after when you're very filled with emotion. So if you reread, even things like you've written, you reread it and you're like, oh my God, I can't believe I wrote that. Like, it's just all like opinion and like very subjective. And that's not what data is. It's a diary, And if you want to keep your journals, do you. Keep a journal. But
That's a CYA for them, but not for
Yeah.
the purpose that we
yeah. And the consistency is important because it's kind of that same example that we did yesterday, the difference between running a mile on flat ground and running a mile in tough mudder. We can't compare those. So if the data is so inconsistent, we can't use that to see progress. What else is a struggle for you for behavior data? Yeah, you don't want to be in the middle of a episode and be like, hold on, honey, please don't punch me. I really want to write this down, right? Like, and you're not like counting like kicks to the shin. You're more thinking like, how can I keep this child and myself safe right now? You're not like in your head. And I'm sure none of you have a dedicated data collector in your classes, no, right? So yeah, it happens any time too. You have to be ready at the playground or, on the stairwell where anyone could plummet to their death at any moment. Like, you typically don't have your data binder with you. Yeah. What else?
I think like you were talking yesterday too, how you just kind of get used to that behavior happening every day.
Yep.
It just kind of becomes the
Yeah, it's like, oh, are you tracking that scream? You're like, someone's screaming? Like, yeah, do you not hear that? You're like, no, I don't. Yeah, you get used to it. So also our behavior definitions shift throughout the year. So what we consider as a really challenging hard behavior in September is the huge in December. So we no longer, oh, that's not really a tantrum. And you're like, but he's laying on the ground like a starfish crying. And you're like, yeah, but
It's been worse.
it's been worse. Yeah, exactly. It's been worse. So I'm not going to count that one. But you would have counted that in September. And the whole point of that, again, is we don't know if growth is happening. We don't know if progress is being made. We don't truly know if behaviors are decreasing, if, replacement behaviors are increasing. So that's the risk to that, to like not truly knowing if there's change.
I find myself as a support person coming in, and I find myself as well as others catching themselves, because sometimes in special ed we work over too much almost on behavior, where we want them to be like perfect sometimes, and then we've got to. I find myself needing to go back to gen ed classrooms and like, oh, okay, so everyone's like touching each other. Some kids do lick each other, I mean, not to say we don't work on the behavior.
Yeah, what's age appropriate?
Like, I mean, they're gonna touch each other. They're gonna shove each other sometimes. So it's finding that, fine balance of, okay, do we have them under control, or are we getting too much into hands down, hands quiet and all that too.
And like, what are just typical kid things?
Yeah.
I was in a high school recently, and they were wanting to get this child swearing, and even swearing when he was with his peers, down to 0. And I was like, well, that's ridiculous. 15-year-olds swear. Like, yeah, they shouldn't swear to their teachers, but like, I don't want to hear what goes on in a boys' locker room in a high school. Like, if he's gonna say disgusting things with his boys, do you? Like, to me, that I'm like, oh my God, that's appropriate social skills.
Like, exactly. So sometimes you really want to see that, because then they're maturing and becoming, like a typical peer.
And that's a great point, to be spending time in the gen ed. If you are in a life skills room and you've been in a life skills room for a long time, we forget, right? We forget what the norm is, like what the usual age appropriate things are. And we also forget like those expectations on the reverse side. We might have a kid that we're like, wow, like these are amazing skills. He's so high functioning, and then you spend 5 minutes in the 5th grade and you're like, no, we still got a lot of work to do, right? So on both sides, I really encourage you to get out of your bubble. And it's so cozy in the bubble, right? Like, I don't want to deal with other adults. That's the hardest part of the job sometimes. But push yourself into those gen ed rooms just to have that perspective if you lose it, because it's very easy to lose.
The same thing with, we're so used to teaching academics, but we got to teach behavior.
Yes.
That we expect them to just be able to share and to stand in the line and to know their boundaries. Those things have to be taught. They have to be taught.
Yes, they have to be taught. And that's why I love talking about behavior change. I'm really passionate about talking about behavior, because when we think about behavior change, initially it sounds manipulative. It's like, why do we have to change people's behaviors? But that's what we as humans do all the time. Like, we are always trying to shift the behaviors of people around us. Like, when I'm in a training, if people start to talk really loud, I usually do the eye contact, like, please be quiet, you're distracting me. Like, I'm trying to change people's behaviors. When I'm driving here this morning and someone didn't let me, sees that I want to merge, and I do the eye contact, like, can you let me in? I'm trying to change their behaviors. That's kind of naturally what we do. And when we think about our kids' extreme behaviors, so aggression, self-injury, running, property destruction, these are the things that make or break their success in life. These are the things that make or break them getting a job, them having friends, them living in some type of independent living situation. Because people don't want to hire someone that might be aggressive, that might destroy property. And these things make a really big impact. So even something, aggression and self-injury, obviously we know that's important, but I think the property destruction piece that a lot of our students maybe have a history of is just as important, as big of an impact. Because if you think about it, if Johnny's mom takes Johnny to the grocery store, and at the grocery store, Johnny knocks over an entire shelf of pasta sauce, and it looks like there's been like a murder in the grocery store. There's like tomato sauce everywhere. Mom now has to spend $300 paying for it, cleaning, making sure everything's cleaned up. Is mom ever gonna bring Johnny to the grocery store again? Heck no, right? That was an expensive grocery trip. So now Johnny's ostracized from his family, from his community. He's missing out on all those opportunities. So the property destruction piece really has just as big of a social impact on a lot of our kids. So, it's thinking the academics obviously are important, but when the behavior's in the way, you often can't get to the academics. So that's why it's obviously so imperative. Anything else that we didn't get to on struggles with data and with data with your team? We got the big ones, right? Okay, so most important thing in all of our classrooms, obviously academics are important, all of that good stuff, but number one most important thing is maintaining safety. So mom and dad have put their child on a school bus, have dropped them off at your door, and have trusted you to take care of their baby. And even if you teach junior high or high school and your child is 150 pounds and twice your size, that's still someone's baby. That's someone's whole world. And when we are handling challenging behaviors, it can get hard and we can lose perspective of that because, you know, it gets frustrating day in, day out. But that child is still someone's whole world, and we are trusted with not only keeping that child, but the rest of your students safe every day. And that's a big, big undertaking that's on our shoulders. Because if you've ever had to make the phone call that a parent's child was hurt or hurt someone else, it is the worst phone call you have to make. Because you've broken their trust. They trusted you that that wouldn't happen, and it did on your watch. And even if there was nothing you could do to stop it, you still have that guilt, right? So above everything, our goal every single day, and every single day that it happens, you win because you did it, is maintaining safety and making sure nobody gets hurt. So why do I bring that up when we're talking about data? Because to me, data is like the frosting on the behavior change cake. And for a cake, bear with me with this analogy, for a cake to be a cake, it needs to have frosting, right? If not, it's just a big muffin. And no one wants a big muffin on their birthday. You want a cake. And for behavior change to really happen in a way that is real, long-lasting, happens in new settings, happens all the time, not when you tiptoe around a child, it happens in the real world with real triggers happening. To accomplish that, you need data. You really do. And that's when we commit to, like, I want behavior change that's gonna last for a long time. I want behavior change that's gonna last when this child's in high school and an adult. We need the data to get us there. And now, that might seem like a leap to you. You're like, I've done plenty of behavior change without data. But let's think about especially some of our complex behaviors. So we want real behavior change. That behavior change that's socially significant, that reduces negative behaviors to zero, that are gone, where communication is happening, where new skills are happening. So to get to real behavior change, we have to make a series of decisions, right? We need to decide what strategies to use, what interventions to use, how to clarify expectations. Do we use social stories? Do we not? Do we use break cards? There's a lot of decisions we have to make, right? So our decisions can be impacted by two things, opinions or data. Now me, I would rather my decisions be impacted by data. I don't trust my opinions. I'm a BCBA and I don't trust my opinions. I want my data to impact my decisions. So let's say you take your car and your car is broken and it's a new car, so you're pissed, right? Because when a new car breaks, you're like real pissed, right? This car is 6 months old and it just stops. So you're mad. Now you have two choices. You bring it to your family friend who's a mechanic and he's old school. He opens the hood, he looks at some stuff, he tells you what he thinks is wrong. Or you bring him back to the dealership, and at the dealership they hook up a laptop and they right away know, oh, there's a problem here and I see all this information immediately to know exactly where the problem is. Which mechanic do you want to give your money to? Mechanic number 2. Guys, it's your new car, it just broke. I mean, it better be under warranty, right? But I would rather, even though I trust my family friend and he's a great mechanic, when I have money on the line and I need my car tomorrow to bring my kid to school, I would rather the data back up that decision, not just the opinion. The opinion might be right, but it also might take us longer to get to the solution. Because he might think, oh man, this is an engine issue, and this is how little I know about cars. I don't even know what another issue could be. It's something else, right? So it might take him longer to get to that final solution. They might eventually get to the same solution, but it might take longer with mechanic 1. So think about that when we're making our decisions. Be mechanic 2. Make sure you have data to support why you're doing what you do. And you're gonna feel a lot more confident in making tough decisions, because they're often tough decisions. So with behavior data, you want to decrease negative behaviors and increase negative behaviors and know that you're on the right track when you have data to support whether or not it's working. And this can be hard. As we've talked about, crisis situations happen anytime throughout the day. So you've got to be like a firefighter. You've got to be ready at any second, not only to implement your intervention, but then to collect data on it. And you want to prioritize. That was one of our little tricky pre-test questions. You cannot take data on all the things. You cannot take behavior data on all your kids. So you want to prioritize the most disruptive, most aggressive, most dangerous behaviors first within each child, but also within your classroom, because you just physically can't take data on 6 different students' problem behaviors every day. You can't. And even within one learner, they might have a whole repertoire of fun, negative things they do, but we're not going to try to change everything at once, because imagine if someone tried to change everything about you at once. You'd be super frustrated, and it's going to get lost in the mix. So we want to prioritize those most essential behaviors first. So let's say this guy does some nose picking, some hand flapping, and self-injury. What do we want to prioritize first on collecting data on? Self-injury. That means when they pick their nose, you don't say anything. And it's so hard, I get it. And they like wipe it somewhere, whatever, it's gross, move on. You're a teacher, right? Get a flu shot, it'll be fine. So that means when I say don't take data, don't intervene, that means don't say anything, because this is what happens. We're like talking all day, and our intervention on the self-injury gets lost. Throwing pencils, biting others, swearing. So again, hard pill to swallow. They swear and use it. I know, they're a child, they can't swear. We are a big bad teacher adult, and we will tell them that they can't swear. Well, we will talk later when we talk about attention maintained behaviors, how sometimes we are the reason the swearing continues to happen. And it is very hard to ignore someone swearing, but we'll talk later about why that might be the right thing to do. Running away, loud screaming, tearing paper. Running away. We're going to talk, who's got runners? Does anyone have runners in here? Oh, you guys are really chill today. You're like so relaxed. You wear heels that you would never wear in school. Right? We're all chill. Like someone else could deal with that runner. You don't need a gym membership. You're all good. We're going to talk a lot about runners today, because that is a tricky behavior, especially if it's attention maintained. So we will talk about that today as well. Picking at skin, saying shut up, taking off clothes. Yeah, taking off clothes. Real hard to explain the naked kid when your principal walks in, right? There's no like planned ignoring someone being naked. Like, just don't worry about it. You're like, no, I'm worried. Like, so yeah, that you think like the 5th grade, gen ed class is inviting Mr. Naked to the social studies fair? No. Ostracizing behavior, obviously. All right, so not on your activity pages, but just anywhere on your slides, take a quick little note and write your definition of a tantrum. Someone said, what's a tantrum? Just write down what you think it is. Or just write down the last tantrum you saw. What's a tantrum? After you write your tantrum, share what you wrote with the people at your table. No one should just write like the name of a student. Like self-explanatory. So write down, tell your table what you wrote down for a tantrum.
I just put it like if it was a to me, I would think tantrum is like in their control and not tantrum's more like when you yell for an but when they stop, that's what I perceive as just calm down and soften whenever they want to far gone. We have to let them scream and find our
It is.
Where they don't always happen the same way.
All right, at your tables, are there any tables where everyone wrote the exact same thing?
On the floor, sometimes they're hitting.
Did most tables everyone write something different? Yeah, because behavior, especially complex behaviors that are really sets of behaviors like tantrums, are really subjective because they're different kid to kid. So if you got called in, the gen ed teacher said, hey, can you come help me, and can you see what's going on with this tantrum? And you're like, sure, and you're like so honored they help you, because like when Jenna teachers ask special ed teachers for help, we're all like, oh yes, thank you, I'd love to, you know, and we like take time out of our lunches and our preps to do that. So you go in and you observe and you go out, you leave the observation and you've seen no tantrums. So you talk to the teacher later and she's like, do you see what I mean? And you're like, and you're like trying to go with it, but you're like, I literally don't. Because, you know, a special ed version of a tantrum might be laying on the ground, headbanging, kicking, and she's like, yeah, did you see him? He just put his head down the whole class. And you're like, oh, that was your tantrum? Because behavior's really subjective. She might have said that tantrum lasted 15 minutes, and you were like, that was a great lesson. That went awesome. Right? So it's really subjective based on our history of learning, right? Our history with the types of students we have. A tantrum can be really subjective. So we're going to talk about, just as we did yesterday, defining the behavior. And this was really important with academics. It's even more important with behavior. Because even kicking, hitting, things that seem really clear, again, can be subjective. Like, we might think a hit is like a real hit, and someone else is like, oh, it's like a poke. And we're like, well, that seems okay. We want to be specific even within our teams, and I want you to encourage every time I say team, not only think about your paraprofessionals, but think about everyone that works with that child. Which when you start to think about that, that list gets real intense, because there's specials teachers, there's bus aides, bus drivers, lunch ladies, recess duty people, hallway monitors. There's just a lot of people that interact with our kids. So start to think about everyone that might need to be up on a behavior plan, and then you're like, when am I ever going to have time to do anything else in my job? But you don't have to have lengthy meetings with these people, but you might want to explain important components of a behavior plan to the people on that list. So the first step is defining the behavior. We want to be specific and detailed because, as we mentioned earlier, that consistency is key. We want everyone not only taking data the same way, but we want them intervening the same way. If we're counting that as a tantrum or a hit, we want then the intervention to happen. If we're not counting that as a tantrum or a hit, then I don't want the intervention to happen. So we need to be consistent here, not only for behavior plan implementation, but for our data. So we want everyone taking behavior on this data on the same behaviors. Just like we talked about yesterday, we're writing down only what we see and what we hear. That's it. I don't care yet why something's happening. Because when we're starting our data process, and I want you to like go back to school on Tuesday. Do you have school tomorrow? Oh, sorry guys. Tomorrow. And I want you to kind of think fresh about everything. Because as we're going to talk about, you know, we have preconceived notions with our learners. I want you to kind of start at this baseline process with your extreme behaviors tomorrow. And I want you to think about starting at this baseline. And yes, we might have some ideas about why the behavior is occurring, but right now, we are only identifying what we see and hear. I can't see or hear someone being mad, someone not wanting to transition, someone not wanting to accept no. I can see and hear someone yelling, someone putting their head down, someone banging their head, someone swearing. I can see and hear all that. I can't yet see or hear all the underlying things. That's why we're going to take data to figure that out. So we are going to write down only the observable and measurable things, what we see and hear in that behavior, just like we did yesterday. So let's look at a few common ways negative behaviors are described. So off task. Off task can look a whole lot of ways, right? How can we better define what is off task? Because I can't technically see and hear off task. I can see and hear behaviors that are manifesting from being off task. So what would off task look like? Breaking pencils, perfect. I can see that, hear that, count that, done. What, head banging? Head down, yep, head down on desk. Walking around the room, perfect. Right, those things, if someone said, hey, can you come in and help me look at off task behavior? If someone said, hey, can you come in and look at off-task behavior, he puts his head down or he walks around the room. Cool, got it, right? Disrupts others' learning. Poking people. Being too loud, right? Screaming the lyrics of a song, right? What else?
Grabbing others.
Getting up and walks around disrupts other people. Yeah, absolutely. stuff off their desk, we can count it, right? Can I count disrupting learning? Depends what, we need to know those specific things. Explosive reactions. I saw this in an IEP recently. What does that look like? Screaming.
Hitting the walls.
Hitting a wall.
Hitting people.
Hitting people. Throwing furniture. Upset with changes in routine. Crying. Dropping to the floor. Awesome. I mean, not awesome that they're doing that, but awesome. Yes, nice way to define that. Yes, we might be able to infer that they're upset with changes in the routine, but we don't know that. It could be the social demand that is aversive. It could be leaving the preferred activity. Like, I don't want to go to my next center. I was having fun at that center. So it could not necessarily be the transition that is the issue. So if we saw that, we might only look at transition times for the behavior, but really that behavior is happening at other times as well. Poor organization. How can we be more specific? What's observable and measurable with poor organization? Lost work. So does not turn in work.
No supplies.
What?
No supplies.
Yep, doesn't bring supplies. What does a folder or backpack of a child with poor organization look like?
Tornado.
Disaster, right? Shoved papers, right? Messy desks. Never bringing the work, right? So there's things we can count. We can count how many days they don't have supplies, they don't have their work, right? We can count that. I can't count poor organization, right? And then we'll see like a lovely, like, we'll reduce organization, or we'll reduce poor organization by 60%. You're like, I don't know how to do that. So again, these IEP goals, don't worry, we're getting to our IEP goals today too, because how we write these IEP goals is gonna really impact how we collect data. So are these good definitions? And I don't mean are these good behaviors, but are these well-written definitions? Doesn't like classmates. No. Gets out of desk and hits students. Yes, we can see it, we can count it. Has separation anxiety from parents. No. How can we redefine that? Cries, right? Lays on floor, head down. Is spacey. No. What can we say instead?
Stares off.
Stares out the window, right? Because I could track that. I could track how many minutes he stares out the window. Non-compliance. Right? We are all guilty of throwing some non-compliance in an IEP, right? Because it's just like, it sounds good. It's like, yeah, they're working on non-compliance. What is non-compliance? There's a lot of different ways non-compliance can manifest. What?
Not following directions.
Yep, not refusing to follow directions. What'd you say?
Off task.
Off task, and then we can further define. We want to think about,
What is that?
how am I counting that? How am I counting that? How am I counting that? That's like the mantra in your head. See it, hear it. Observable, measurable. We gotta keep checking in when we're writing definitions. Yells no or you can't make me when asked to do something. Super clear, right? I could count how many times Johnny yells, you can't make me in a day. Draws pictures during group work. Yep, we could count that, right? See it, hear it. So let's do our first activity. I want you to pick one. We're only doing, this is a good little following direction. We are only doing this first little box on activity 1. So I want you to pick one of these kids, Jeff, Haley, Chris, Brandon, or Alexis, write their name. And then I want you to rewrite in this first box. So we're not doing condition yet, we're not doing any of that stuff yet. I want you to rewrite this definition in a way that is specific. So it's observable and measurable. So you can make some stuff up because disruption can look a lot of different ways. I want you to rewrite it only in this top box, not the 3 boxes below. So pick one of them. You can do it as a table or by yourself, whatever floats your boat. Pick one of them, rewrite it in a way that is specific, observable, and measurable. I'm sorry, you got the hard task of turning things on and off.
We're just going, he said that was our story. Keep going.
Jeff is always disruptive in class. Okay, what did we say instead for Jeff? You do, Jeff. What did you say instead for Jeff?
Just gets out of his seat, talks while teacher's talking, takes other students' supplies, bangs on the desk or wall, slams his chair down on the floor repeatedly, trips his work.
Yes. Which would be easier to take data on? The specific definition or is disruptive? The specific one, right? We now know what we're looking for, not this like vague disruption. Who did Haley? Haley is constantly off task during math. Yeah.
Haley is constantly breaking her pencil, drawing pictures, and playing things in her desk during math.
Yes. Playing with pictures, drawing things. We know specifically what we're looking for and what we're not looking for. Start thinking about how much easier this is going to be to explain to your teams on what to take data on as well. Chris is defiant. Oh, Chris. So defiant. Yells no. Whines loudly. Yeah, no, whining loudly is defiant. Yeah, says no, whines loudly, right? Refuses to follow directions. We can see that, we can hear that, count that. Brandon is angry and hostile. Can you observe someone being angry and hostile? I could be so angry and hostile right now, guys, you wouldn't even know. Because I'm not demonstrating the behaviors that typically manifest when you're angry and hostile. There's behaviors that happen when someone's angry and hostile. That's how we label them that. You would never label me right now as angry and hostile because I'm not demonstrating those behaviors. So what behaviors do we look for to say you're angry and hostile? What do we look for? Actions. Which actions would we see that we would say you're angry and hostile? Yelling. What? Stomping. Throwing things, right? Those things we'd be like, that's it, Brandon. You are now angry and hostile. Alexis uses inappropriate language. Inappropriate language, this one is maybe borderline. We're like, well, I know what inappropriate language means, but when we're working with our teams on being consistent, you might want to define what inappropriate language means. If she says shut up, do we count that? Maybe. Depends on Alexis. If her normal repertoire is a lot of FUs, I might let the shut up slide right now, right? Let's get rid of the FUs. So maybe specifically writing out, which you're like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm writing these swear words in an IEP. Write them. When she uses these words, this is what we're looking at decreasing. If she says just like quit it, all right, let her say quit it. I'd much rather her say quit it than say FU. So after we define specifically this problem behavior, we could also add our conditions and our contextual information. We really want to start to get the whole picture because when we are starting this process, this is typically not a brand new child. We know some things about this behavior, right? Some of you guys wrote your definitions there in great detail that was probably pulling upon a past experience, maybe that you had last week. Like I'll tell you exactly what defiance looks like, right? So the condition is the conditions under which the problem behavior likely occurs, and the contextual information is just some other information that you might want to add, like about frequency or duration or magnitude, to really kind of amplify and specify that definition a little bit more. So some examples. Our problem behavior here is Johnny talks with peers about non-academic topics. This typically happens during, independent activities that are over 20 minutes, right? We know that when Johnny has those longer independent activities, that's when we typically see this behavior. This happens usually at least 4 days of the week, right? So we're still gonna take our baseline data, but we now have a good idea that it's not usually happening more than once a day. It's usually about once a day. Maybe there's a good day in there. Our next problem behavior, Angela falls to the floor screaming and crying. This happens often when given a verbal request by the teacher, right? We're still taking our baseline data, don't worry. We're not making assumptions, but we know from our history of learning with her that it happens often when she's told something by the teacher. We can add in a little information about that duration to note that this usually happens for more than 5 minutes. It's not like a quick floor drop, I'm back at it. It's like there's some time in there. And last one, Jessica hits a peer on the back of the head. This happens at various times throughout the day, so I don't really have a good condition. It happens randomly. And then it's high magnitude. So it's not just a little like, boop, it's a whack. And it's happening frequently, more than 10 times a day. Again, gonna start to give us information to start to plan how we want to collect data, how we want to approach our ABC data and our ongoing data to add in the conditions and the contextual information. So now, take your behavior definition that you just wrote and continue on with activity 1. So you already wrote your problem behavior, so you can pop your definition right in the middle, but I want you to make up a condition and possible contextual information. So remember, contextual information is going to be that other information about frequency or intensity or magnitude, and the conditions might be where or when the behavior is likely to occur. Okay, who wants to share the conditions and contextual information they added to their definition?
I did the Jeff one.
Yeah.
And during transition time to the center room, Jeff throws items and shouts out at least 4 times per week.
Great. That would be way easier to like have this idea in place instead of just Jeff is disruptive. Like now we have, okay, I know this is happening several times a week. I know that it's happening during specific transitions. So this starts to give us some information on when we get later this afternoon to our data organization. I might not want this data sheet in a binder because I might want to bring it with me. And you're never in a hallway like flipping through a binder with a kid. I might need a click counter. I might need this on a clipboard. I might need some way to travel while taking data. So it's going to even start to get those wheels spinning in our head about what the data system actually looks like. Let's share one more. Conditions and contextual information.
I put Haley throws her math manipulations during math, and I put during the 30 minutes of math group work. It's a condition. The problem behavior is that she throws the math manipulatives, and it's at the beginning of every problem. So when we say 1 plus 1, if she's supposed to put 1 plus 1, she just throws everything.
So yeah, you're her teacher. You know when these behaviors are likely to happen. So we're seeing this a lot in math, and we're seeing this a lot at that task initiation, right? So this is going to start to cue you in on potential reasons why this is happening, also potential systems for setting up our data. Great. So now, let's go back to our tantrum definition, because I don't know what everyone wrote, but I have a feeling that not all of them were observable, measurable, things you can see here. You cannot count dysregulation. People like to throw that in a definition of a tantrum. They're dysregulated. They sure as heck might be dysregulated, but I can't count that, right? I can't see and hear that. So if you need to, rewrite your definition of a tantrum. Make it specific. Make it something you can count. We can't count being real mad. We can count the behaviors that come along with being real mad. Doesn't like being told no. Well, I don't like being told no either. But what does it look like? Cool. So defining behaviors are important in a lot of areas. So I saw this recently, and this made me think of the importance of defining behaviors and how specific we should be. So The New York City subway recently banned dogs unless they fit in a bag. That was the rule, okay? So check out what some people did. Like, I'm thinking what New York City meant was like a Chihuahua, not like a Rottweiler in an IKEA bag, right? But they were like, technically, I'm following the definition, right? I'm in a bag. So maybe they should have been a little more specific. Okay, so let's look at some tantrums, because we know tantrums can look a lot of different ways. So let's practice defining some tantrums. So I've got a bunch of videos today. A lot are funny videos because it's Thursday, and I think we all need some funny videos in our lives. A lot are toddlers, because let's face it, toddler tantrums are way funnier than teenage tantrums. I don't have a ton of teenage tantrums, because when you look up teenage tantrums on YouTube, they're like super inappropriate. So, and I don't want to blow your ears out with weird swear words, so that's why we're going to focus on funny and cute tantrums.
I think you had enough cookies. You had enough cookies, baby. You had enough cookies.
So how would we define this tantrum? Besides so cute, right? Crying. Saying no. Like, and I kind of, like, this, like, nonsense talk. It's like she's trying to argue, but she doesn't, like, talk, right? So we're looking at Andy's tantrum.
Not Nelly.
Stop protecting me. I'm a man. I can protect myself. This is misdirected anger, and I'm sorry. I don't mean to lash out at you. There's a lot coming up right now, all at once. Dad, go to hell. I'm taller than you.
Just calm down.
You're not the manager. I earned that job. I was personally chosen after Robert was chosen and quit. Why don't you just take a seat? Why don't you take a seat, idiot?
Why don't you jiggle your stupid memos and your stupid plans and your dumb
And
karma?
your stupid face! And your stupid office!
He does not like that wall.
So how would we define Andy's tantrum? Shouting. Throwing things. Punching the wall. Punching items. Hand gestures, right? One of my favorite parts of this video that reminds me when she's like, Andy, calm down. I saw this meme recently that was just so dead on. It was like, it said, never in the history of people being told to calm down has anyone ever calmed down. Right? When you're like real mad and someone's like, calm down, you're like, no. Right? It never works, but we like feel like we want to say it anyways. All right, my last tantrum.
Come on, bud. We're done. It's time to go. Come on. We're not gonna do this again.
I like what she's like, we're not doing this again. So what is his tantrum? Rolling on the ground. What else? Whining.
I'm pretty sure you said no.
Yeah, right? Tantrums can look a lot of different ways. So that's why it's important with all behaviors, and especially something like tantrums that we maybe see a lot, that we are specific when defining them. So after we define the behavior, then we want to decide how to count the behavior. And we're going to focus right now on two main areas, and when we get to our next section, we're going to go in specifics on how to utilize these types of data collection methods. But right now, we're going to pick frequency or duration. Because a lot of behaviors, when we just try to count each exact behavior, we can't do that. Like, how do you count one tantrum or one scream? Let's say on Monday, your child has a tantrum that lasts 3 hours because, you know, our kids have endurance and seem to never get tired. And, you know, it's one of those days. Tuesday, they have 5 tantrums, but each tantrum only lasted 2 minutes. So let's say in your data sheet it says Monday 1, Tuesday 5. Is that an accurate depiction of the week? Which was the day that you went home and ate ice cream for dinner and wanted to quit your job? Yeah, Monday, the 3-hour day, right? But if you just tracked 1 and 5, it's inaccurate. I mean, it's not inaccurate, it's just not really what happened. It's not clear. If it says Monday, 3 hours, Tuesday, 10 minutes, is that a better depiction of the week? Yeah. So right now we want to decide, are we going to use frequency or are we going to use duration? So you want to think about the behavior and decide what would be a good fit. So for frequency, remember just counting those behaviors. These are for behaviors that occur in isolation, a tantrum, a meltdown, off-task behavior, things like that, defiance. Those are sets of behavior typically. When we defined those, they were typically lists. Well, off-task behavior means walking around, talking to other people, sharpening the pencil 50 times. Those are sets of behaviors. So something for frequency is just a one-off, right? Behaviors that are short in duration, behaviors that are easy to count, behaviors that have a clear start and an end. Screaming, crying, that can vary, right? Some of our kids, they can like scream for like 90 seconds, they can hold it, versus like that quick scream. Things that are not good for frequency, behaviors that occur in groups, the length varies. It's basically things that you're like, it's hard to count one. Then you want to maybe move towards duration, and then we'll also talk about interval later this morning. So what are some behaviors that you see in your classrooms that could work for tracking with frequency, so counting? And these could also just be behaviors you're not seeing right now, but just in general. What behaviors could be a good fit for counting frequency? Throwing things, yep. Spitting, yeah. It would be real tricky to do duration spitting, right?
You never know.
Disrobing, yeah. You might want to track. There's also some behaviors that might really fall in both, you know? You might want to know, like, how long they were disrobed for. I think running, to me, really, it depends on the kid, can almost fall in both. I want to know how many maybe times they attempted to run out the room, but I also might want to know, like, if they got out the room, how long were they gone?
Yeah.
So it depends on the kid. What else could be good for frequency? What? Spitting. Maybe calling out, shouting out, swearing, hitting, discrete behaviors. What about duration? What behaviors can be good for duration? Tantrum. Not having clothes on. Putting head down.
It could be out of seat
If
they're out for more
Yep,
than.
for sure. That might be one that, again, maybe you want to even know both. How many times are they popping up? How many times they're out their seat?
So I have a question, like, does it have to be just a negative behavior?
Right now we're just talking about negative behaviors, but you are sneaking in. We're going to talk about the replacement behaviors later, because we want to include those as well, those replacement behaviors. What they're doing instead.
So out of seat behavior for duration.
Yeah, out of seat. Wandering. Yeah, those are all good duration ones. Okay, so on our activity pages, let's go. We're going to have page, activity number 2, this page. And again, all of these are in Dropbox. This one, I'm pretty sure has an editable version, so you can type into it if you need it. So we're going to watch a tantrum, and I want you to remember, not only are we going to complete this worksheet, but we are going to come back to this tantrum later when we talk about ABC data. So I want you to keep in the back of your head what's happening before the tantrum and what's happening before the tantrum escalates, because there's some kind of changes in the contingencies. So the first area, you can kind of do this while you're watching the video, this first section, just list everything that happens, and then later we're going to add the conditions, contextual information, decide how we're taking data on this behavior.
sorry that you didn't get a nap. Joshua, that really hurt.
And when she says, I'm sorry you didn't get a nap, like, who cares about that at that point, you know? All right, we'll have some things to unpack in this video later. What behaviors did you see? Throwing things, hitting, yelling, laying on the floor, throwing on the floor, crying. What were some of the conditions?
In the snack room.
In the snack room, sitting at table, right? Contextual information. Any contextual information, whether we wanted to add about like duration or magnitude? Anything you wanted to note there? You don't have to.
It increased after she.
Increased after what? After she picked him up.
Yeah.
All right, so remember that because we're going to get back to that when we talk about our ABC data. How would we track this? Frequency or duration? Duration. And under our worksheet here, when do we begin tracking minutes and when do we end tracking the minutes? So when would you have considered this tantrum to start? When he hit the floor, right? There's like a pretty clear, it was like a boom on, right? Now we didn't see the end of the video. When would we consider, let's just make something up with this child, knowing his history, when would we consider the tantrum to be over? And there's no one right answer, but we just want to be consistent.
When he engages back in task.
He engages back in the task, right? When he maybe is quiet for a certain time period or not crying for a certain time period. When he, complies with an adult request. How you define that is up to you. You just always want to be consistent. So a tantrum doesn't seemingly last forever. We want to know when that end point is. So when we're taking data on this defined behavior, so we've defined the behavior, we're really specific now, then we're going to have kind of two phases of our data collection. The first phase is this baseline data. And this is business as usual. We are doing what we normally do, which means planned, unplanned, whatever happens, happens. If you normally remove a child to a break area, to a timeout, if you normally say something, do all of what you regularly do during this phase. Because this phase, the purpose, is figuring out the why. And we're part of the why, right? My name is Sasha, I'm a problem behavior causer, and so are all of you, right? What we sometimes unintentionally cause problem behavior. So we want to know what role we play. When I do a behavior change session, especially in the middle of the year, we talk about all different strategies to use for negative behaviors, and I can see teachers being like, oh man, Shawnee's not going to know what hit him tomorrow. I'm going to use all the interventions on him. No. No.
They got years experience on
Yeah.
No. And we don't want to jump in yet. We don't know which intervention is going to work. We don't know until we take baseline data. Even though it's January, I should have think about which month it is, by the way. Even though it's January and you know this kid and you're listening to the functions and you're like, I know the function, do not intervene yet. Take baseline data first. Because that's what's going to point you in the right direction of that intervention. We all agreed, mechanic number 2, we wanted someone to plug a fancy laptop into my new car and figure out the problem. We want the data to support our decision, not our opinion. So we want to take a beat and collect some baseline data first before we implement an intervention. Because this is going to do two things. This is going to help us figure out a why, and the why tells us what type of interventions are going to work and what types of interventions aren't going to work. Because if this doesn't scare you into taking baseline data, you could pick an intervention that actually makes the behavior worse. And I know no one's signing up for that, right? So we want to make sure we're on the right track. So number 1, figure out the why. Second, we want to know where we're starting to see if improvement has been made, right? We got to know that starting off point. Not like it used to be real bad, now it's just a little bad. Like we want to know, like, okay, I was at 50 behaviors, I was at 60 minutes of this happening a day. I want to have some real numbers to know when I get to 40 or 20 or 10, cool, we're making some real progress. I went to one of the schools last fall that I hadn't been to in a while. while. The teacher was telling me about a new behavior that had happened and intervention they were using, and she's like, oh, it's, the intervention we're using is going really well. We're down to like only, less than 3 things happening a day. And I was like, cool, well, what did you start at? She was like, well, I don't really know. And I was like, well, I just don't know whether I should be impressed or not. Like, if you started at 5 a day, okay, but if you started at 50 a day, like, dang, girl, you're doing it. Like, if you don't know where you're starting, and again, we think, well, we know the kid. It's our opinion. And we do have that habituation that happens, right? That bad day happens in the fall, and we're over it. That same bad day happens in the winter, and it's just business as usual. So we want to really know where we are at and have the numbers to support that. So these are going to be our 2 stages of behavior data that we're going to focus on. This baseline data is our ABC data. And the point here is to figure out the why, so we can select an intervention. So then, yellow arrow happens, we put in an intervention, then we take our ongoing behavior data to see if progress has been made. So we don't need to take ABC data forever and ever and ever. That's why I want you to focus when you do take ABC data on doing it really well, because you're gonna know I don't have to do this for that long. And if I do it really well, hopefully I'm not gonna have to do it again. So I see, sometimes teachers are like, oh, I'm taking data for ABC data for 4 months. And I'm like, why? Like, the point of the ABC data is to figure out the why and then move on, figure out an intervention. You might need to redo your ABC data if things aren't working, but we want to do it and then move on. And then the $1 million question that I got asked here, how long should I take ABC data for? And then the standard special ed answer, depends on the kid, right? So if you have really frequent behaviors that are happening many times a day, you're gonna get a lot of data very quickly. So you might need to take less ABC data. The point is you wanna be able to see a trend. So you need as much ABC data that will show you a pattern. So if behavior's happening really quickly, you're gonna get a lot of data. You might be able to see that trend really quick. If a behavior is very dangerous, very disruptive, you might be able to see that trend, you might want to see that trend more quickly too, so maybe you want to take a little less. It depends on that learner. If it's happening infrequently, if it's only happening once a week, you might have to spend a little more time in ABC data because you want to see the patterns and the trends here. So first, our baseline data. Figure out the function, or the why, and then figure out our starting point to know if improvement has been made. So you all got this right on the pretest. Claps, claps, claps. Good job. It wasn't always block consequences. It was antecedent behavior consequence. So let's unpack this and do a little refresh on this topic before we get into the data sheets on here. So antecedent, what happened before, and then consequence, what happened after. So even though this concept might be new for you, not be new for you, it might be new for other people. It might be new for paraprofessionals, for gen ed teachers you support, for other people working within your building, and consequences means something very different to them than it does for us. So as we're listening today, not only think about how this applies to your caseload and your kids, but how you can teach this to other people, because that's really half of our job. So first is the antecedent. We want to know everything that happened before. What was the child doing? Where was the child? Who was he with? Was a demand placed? Maybe we want to note the time of day. With our kids that are on medication, and many of those medication are time released, we might want to know if there are certain patterns in when behaviors are escalating according to time of day. If you teach teenage girls, you might want to know and track those behaviors and give that to mom if that's related to time of the month, because that often can be, as we women know that, right? We're a little angrier then. It's okay. So keep that in mind, noting the day, noting the time. And we're not doctors, we're not going to be like, oh, we need a new medication, but we can give that information to mom and dad to give to the doctor. That, hey, we're just always seeing a lot more struggles after 1 p.m. And maybe the doctor's like, this isn't a time release medication, this has nothing to do with me. Cool, at least we tried, right? We're giving that information. So look at everything that's going on in that context. The behavior is where we plot our behavior definition that we already did. And then the consequence isn't, there will be consequences, right? This is anything that happens after the behavior, planned or unplanned. So this could be an intervention where we remove the child, where we talk to the child. This could be an unplanned where peers laugh. When you stand up and tell the teacher to F off in the middle of history class, kids are going to laugh at you. And our friend might think they're laughing with me. They might be laughing at them. It doesn't matter. I'm getting attention from my friends. So we want to know all of the planned, unplanned consequences. This isn't like, there's never not a consequence unless the child's totally alone and nothing changes. If an adult is at all involved, peer adults involved, that means there is some type of consequence, but it's not necessarily a negative one. So let's take a moment and let's identify some ABCs. So here, and we're not gonna write this down, we're just gonna talk about this. So this one, the behavior is quieting her voice or stopping talking.
What's this cartoon called again?
Oshikuru Demon Samurai.
And it's not a cartoon, it's anime.
Anime. You know, I knew a girl in high school named Anime. Anime Fletcher. She was born with one nostril. Then she had this bad nose job and basically wound up with 3.
You're here a lot now.
Oh, am I talking too much? I'm sorry. Zip.
Thank you. Chocolate?
Yes, please. Oh, hey, Kim. Yeah, you know what? Hold on. Let me take this in the hall.
So what was the antecedent? Actually, let's do the consequence first. Consequence easier. What was the consequence of her quieting her talking or stopping talking? Chocolate. What was the antecedent? She was bored, but she was talking, not why was she talking, what was also happening in the environment though? Who was there? Boyfriends. How did she know that chocolates were gonna come? It happened the first time, and then the second time, what did he do? He reinforced it, and then he was still there, right? And he kind of, like when she started talking on the phone, he kind of gave her this look. So she knows, last time I got chocolate, when I stopped talking, if I stop talking, I'm gonna get chocolate again. So the antecedent is Sheldon's presence, right? Let's say Sheldon left. Would she have left the room with that phone call? Probably not, because now chocolate's not available, right? Sheldon is the signal that I might get chocolate. So the antecedent is the presence of Sheldon and Sheldon being there. So sometimes the antecedents, we gotta dig a little deeper. It's not so obvious right away. It seems like, oh, I don't really know what's going on. But we would probably see if we kept watching this or, this fictional story kept happening, that she would continue to do this when Sheldon was there, but not when Sheldon was gone, right? Because now the opportunity for chocolates is gone. So, cool, I can talk as loud as I want because it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna, get chocolates if I'm quieter. So when we're taking ABC data in the classroom, this can be tricky because, like we said, behaviors happen at all times. We're not gonna be in the middle of a situation that could be dangerous with a data sheet. So maybe there's a few things we can look at to make this process easier. One, assign specific data times. Maybe there's certain times of day you focus on data, especially if this is very frequent. If this is happening at all times throughout the day, make it this team effort and have a schedule. From 8 a.m. to 10, if it happens, I take data. From 10 to noon, if it happens, you take data. From noon to 2, if it happens, it's on you. Because then you're not the one that's like all day obsessing. You're off duty. You've got 2 hours to be on it, and then you're on to the next. Utilize the shorthand versions that we're gonna talk about in a minute. Keep the data sheets super accessible. We'll talk about the organization this afternoon. Keep it on a clipboard, keep it nearby, keep it really easy to access. So we talked earlier this morning about the anecdotal, right? The filled notebook. I see this ABC data, right? The diary entry of what happened before, the diary entry of the behavior, the diary entry of the consequences. And, you know, you guys laughed when I told you, like, I'm not gonna read that. If it was gonna be helpful, I would absolutely read it. It's not gonna be helpful. No one takes home their 3 spiral notebooks of anecdotal data on a Friday to unwind. I'm gonna go home and unwind with my ABC data. No one reads through it and figures out a pattern or a trend. We never reread that. We reread that if there's a lawyer and we gotta hand it to the lawyer to make sure we didn't say anything crazy. That's like the only time we would. And as we talked about yesterday, the whole point of collecting data is to use it. So if we're not using it, why are we doing that? And if it's not useful, if we can't figure out the why, then we have to figure out a different way. So not only is this type of data very hard to do, like it takes a long time to do that, but it's not useful. So for me, like a quick double no, like takes a long time and doesn't help, I'm out, right? So I prefer a summary version and I really prefer a checklist version, and all of these data sheets are in the Dropbox for you. They're also all editable, as we'll show you can change them all up. So a checklist version is my preferred method because this is way easier. After a behavior happens, you can grab a clipboard, check, 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 done. So I can go and look and say, okay, it happened at 1:45, the antecedent was a social demand, I had a click counter, I clicked some behaviors, I gave some prompts and redirected, done. Now, not only did that take way less than writing a whole diary entry, I can now look easily and see trends. Okay, I took data 15 times this week, and most of the time it was a social or work demand. Okay, that's given me some good information. I can see that by glancing. You can't see that by glancing and anecdotal data. So not only is it going to be way quicker, we're hopefully going to be able to be more consistent then because it takes less time, but it's going to be more useful because we can grab that trend a lot more quickly. So I have a few different versions in the Dropbox, a few different variations on how to set it up, ones you can write in, but I want you to edit them because I want you to put in the antecedents, the behaviors and the consequences that are specific to that child. You might be like, oh, work demand is never an issue. Then take it off. You know, he's literally never spit in his life. Then don't put spit on there. Put what's gonna be specific, because if we have a lot of stuff that doesn't apply, it's harder to fill out. We want just the things that are applicable, so it's really easy to use, that we can click, 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 and move on. So some of the versions that you have in your Dropbox as well, at the bottom, there's a summary. So you can go through and count. Of all of the instances, let's say I did 25 instances of this behavior. This happened 25 over the last 3 days, 25 times. The number 1 most common antecedent was, the second most common antecedent was, the first most common consequence, the second most common consequence. And then this is gonna start to give you some idea of your best guess of the function. Because remember, when we figure out the function and the why, it's our best guess. Like, we don't know for sure. Kids don't run out the hallway and are like, this is an escape-maintained behavior. We've got to figure that out. So it's like kind of like being a little detective. You can also do some type of a summary version like this that gives some of that anecdotal component. If you're really attached to your anecdotal data, you don't want to take it away yet, I like it more like this, having it focused. I also like having a small box, so you can't write a whole page. You can only write 1 line. But you can add some notes, like maybe I do want to add in, like, you know, another child was involved in this was really high magnitude. This is a great one for duration, start time, end time. You don't have to have a stopwatch with you. When you're at the playground and it happens, you look at your watch. It was 11:10, by the time she ended, it was 11:30. I can remember that when I get back to the classroom, I write it down. I don't have to be bringing this with me to recess. A similar version, just kind of the opposite plane. Antecedent behavior consequence, check, check, check. This one has a magnitude component, so you could define what low, medium, and high magnitude is to really track when those extreme versions of a behavior happen. So let's practice taking a little ABC data checklist style. So we're gonna do this 4 times. On our checklist, the antecedents and the consequences, sometimes we'll have to kind of tweak them a little bit, because again, you're gonna want to in your classroom individualize these, which is why I gave you guys the editable versions as well. So some of the antecedents are work demand, social demand, transition, a loan, a preferred item taken away, and denied requested item. And check as many as apply. Sometimes it's like 4 things, right? Check what behaviors happen, and then check the consequence. Ignore, given prompts, redirection. So that's like a teacher, an adult, a peer is talking to them. When I say break time here, I really want this to just be a break. So it's not like break time to me sounds more like, here, go to this nice play area, a relaxing couch. This is just a break of any kind. And then time out, so that like more structured removal. So our first example here, the behavior that we're looking at is kicking. We're back to our same little friend. This poor kid is just like the subject of many daycare videos.
Joshua, you don't have to go to sleep, but remember you have to stay on your bed. It's time to rest and relax. Playing with Wyatt is not a choice. Joshua, turn back around the other way and go lay on your bed. Look at Meg. Wyatt is trying to rest also. You don't want to mess with him. Wyatt is trying to rest, Joshua. He doesn't want to play. Alright, Joshua. Do we need to help you get on your bed?
So we're not sure what happens in the transition. Let's assume they picked him up and brought him to his bed.
I'm not going to come back over there, Joshua, if you're kicking Miss Debbie. If you would like me to come back over there, you need to ask. I'm going to pick you up now, and I'm going to set you right there on the mat. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, so antecedent for his kicking.
Lay on his mat.
Yeah, he was told to lay on his mat. So we could even add in here on this one, like, an adult direction. And specifically, the adult direction was to go to nap time, right? So it could be some type of demand, but we don't really know yet. So it could just be other, like, adult requests to go to nap. So we saw kicking. What was the consequence? Adult redirection, right? She stayed there. Like, she didn't leave him. She was redirecting, she was talking, she was picking him up. A note we might want to put in there was like physical redirection for a kid like this, especially because now we have a little learning history with Joshua. We saw his other video. If I was making an ABC data for him, I would maybe put verbal redirection and physical redirection. Because and I'd put that probably as a consequence and an antecedent. In our other video with Joshua, with the peaches, his tantrum, his first one when he laid on the floor, what was the antecedent for that tantrum?
He couldn't get his peaches.
Yeah, being told no. He asked for more peaches and he was told no. What was the antecedent for the aggressive part of his tantrum? Being picked up and moved, right? The aggression did not start until he was physically moved. So there were 2 different antecedents for the different parts of the behavior, right? His first tantrum, the antecedent was being told no, but for aggression, the antecedent was being physically removed, which it looks like similar to here. The physical aggression, the antecedent for that was being physically moved somewhere, physically prompted. All right, example number 2. Example number 2 is screaming and hitting with an object. This is Anne of Green Gables.
My fault, sir. I was teasing her.
Stand at the blackboard for the rest of the day.
All right, what was the antecedent? Yeah, pulling her hair. So we'd probably want to write in other and put like negative peer attention or something like that. Teasing, peer teasing, something like that. And then we saw hitting, we saw throwing objects. What was the consequence of that? Time out, right? Time out. She had some adult redirection and time out.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. Our behavior here is screaming, crying, laying on the floor.
Okay, it's time to go to sleep. Gotta go brush your teeth. Not right now. Tomorrow. What, sweetie? Sure, you can have some more milk. Yeah, you can have some more milk, and then we'll go brush teeth. Yeah, you want milk?
Okay, what was the antecedent here? Request being told no, right? Then we had crying, laying on the floor. What was the consequence? Adult redirection and prompts. And I might even want to note here, like, given another item, because this is something we see a lot. This is something I see with my own kids a lot. Is like they start high, right? Let's start with movie. Are you not gonna give me a movie? Let's try milk.
Yeah.
Let's try water, right? I shared this on my podcast a long time ago. A few years ago, my daughter was, not a few years ago, maybe a year and a half ago, and she was probably like 2. She was having these massive meltdowns before going to daycare. And like, when you're a teacher and like when you're a behavior analyst, you're like, I should be better at this. But when it's your own kid, like everything's out the window, you know? So she's having these massive meltdowns before going to daycare. It's taking forever. My husband and I are like both wait for things. And, you know, the tantrums are starting about something like that. She wants something, we say no, but she negotiates. So she's leaving after this tantrum with like her home baby, her blanket, mom's toothbrush, like a gummy packet. She's like winning, right? She's got all these things after a 40-minute tantrum. So after one kind of, you know, long tantrum that happened, my husband comes back from dropping her off and he's like, you know, we've got to figure this out with her. We need to have like a behavior plan for her. And I was like, that is the most attractive thing you've ever said. Yes. So I was like, okay, so real quick, I want you to read this chapter in a book and then we'll talk about it. He's like, are you kidding? And I was like, you know I'm not kidding. So yes, I made him read a chapter in a book because I knew why it was happening and it was part of the problem that yes, we didn't say yes to her initial request. Like, no, you can't wear your goggles as a headband today. But we said yes to all the other stuff. So even though she didn't get what she wanted, she got all of our attention for 40 minutes. And she got some supplementary prizes, which supplementary prizes are great. So that would reinforce the tantrum, right? Tomorrow, I might not get goggles as a headband, but I might get cool stuff, and I know I'm gonna get mom and dad's attention. So we might want to note that on our ABC data to see that trend that we're continuing to get attention and we're continuing to get other items as well. Okay, and our last one, off-task behavior, and this is a contrived one. There's like a bunch of contrived ones on YouTube. But I like this one. The off-task behavior is defined as anything that's not related to completing the worksheet. So sharpening pencil, drinks of water, talking, anything that's not doing the worksheet. And this is obviously, as you'll see in a minute, a fake setup.
See if you can get it. So go ahead and begin your work. Work quietly.
And we're looking at the girl on the left.
My point job, I have to go sharpen my pencil. Thank you. Sophia, how are you doing?
Okay, right where my knee.
Okay, is your pencil good?
Yep, it's sharp
Nice and
now.
strong?
Yep. Good body though. Can I get some water? My throat is itchy.
How many problems have you done, Sophia?
I finished writing my name, but I can't concentrate. It itches. Can I get some water, please?
Go, Lindsay. Oh, Claire, you only have 2 more and then you're done. Good job. You're doing great. Sophia?
Yeah.
Let me do that, please.
Alright, let me just finish this last gulp. Water. Is that you?
Yes, Sophia.
I finished one problem. Can I go to the bathroom now? I really have to go.
Okay. So I feel like this was just dead on with a lot of behaviors. Like, right, it's nothing bad. You're like, you're sharpening pencils, drinking water. But it can become a problem when it happens all the time, right? So what was the antecedent here? Work demand, right? So work demand was placed. We saw those off-task behaviors that we defined as like anything not doing the worksheet, drinks of water, requests for, sharpening pencil, etc. And what was the consequence? She got a break. And she got adult detention too. So adult detention and a break. She wasn't doing work, and she was getting lots of adult detention the way she wanted too. So after we collect our ABC data, and like I said, all of these are in your Dropbox. Once you do the checklist ones, like, you'll be sold. Ooh. There we go. The checklist ones, to me, are like a game changer. Like, if you've struggled to take ABC data before and this whole process, and this gets you in the right direction, because if you're more likely to figure out the right function, you're more likely to figure out the right intervention. And the point of this data is to figure out the pattern. So do not take ABC data if it's going to sit in a file, if you're going to throw it in the IEP and never look at it. This is the whole point. The whole reason you're doing this is to figure out the why. And we're going to figure out the why if we look at the patterns and see, okay, this is only happening during math class, and so now I might think this is an escape behavior from math. Now I know what types of interventions to utilize. So the whole point of this is to be able to get to the right intervention. That's the goal, right? So don't forget this step. If you forget this step, there's literally no point in collecting the ABC data. So the goal is to look at your data and ask yourself the question, why is the individual doing this behavior? And I think sometimes for teams and people we collaborate with, that's a mindset shift on its own. Like, you might have drank the Kool-Aid, I get it, all behaviors, communication, I'm totally there. Not everyone has. And that's sometimes hard to empathize and collaborate with other people, because it's easier to just be like, that's a naughty kid, that's a lazy kid, that kid doesn't want to do it. Because when you decide that he's lazy, he's naughty, he doesn't want to, you can wipe your hands. You're like, I'm out. He's just lazy, naughty, doesn't want to. Cool. I don't have anything to do. But our job is not over. You would never walk into your principal's office and be like, I was hired to teach 3rd grade, and Johnny isn't reading at the 3rd grade level, so I'm not teaching him reading. I'm done. He would be like, hilarious, turn back around, go do your job, right? So same thing, we're like, Johnny's not walking in the hallway the way he should, so I'm just not gonna do anything about it. It's our job to figure out the why. But that can be a mindset shift with the people we're working with. Because not everyone has that perspective, because this is harder. It's harder to take the data, it's harder to figure out the why, it's harder to figure out the right function, but this is when real behavior change happens. So we want to start to teach the people around us that all behavior is communicating something. And if we can figure out what it's communicating, we will know what to do next. But we've got to figure out that why first. And since we're on the theme of hilarious toddlers, has anyone seen these memes on why is my child doing that? So they have all these funny pictures of kids tantruming, because, you know, toddlers are funny when they tantrum. And the reason why they're crying. And toddlers' behavior can be for really funny reasons. All behavior is communication. Sometimes they are communicating really funny things. So our first one, she's tantruming because she's not allowed to drink the toilet bowl cleaner. He's having a hard time because his goldfish didn't have eyes like the one on the package. I broke his cheese in half. And then, you know, they only want that cheese. I wouldn't let him eat the rest of the football. This is my favorite one. I would not let him take an unwrapped tampon out to run errands. You know, firm no on that one. I won't let her wash her face with the sponge that I use to clean the toilet. She keeps dropping her fork. What's on her hands? I can't fix his cracker. The drama. This one's great. She started crying because I wouldn't buy her the Dolly movie. So sometimes toddlers can sometimes very clearly communicate why they're upset. Not all of our kids are necessarily going to engage in a behavior and, like we said, be like, this is attention maintained, this is escape maintained. We've got to figure that out. So let's do a quick refresh because the whole point of our ABC data is to figure out the why. So let's spend a little bit of time doing a quick refresh on functions of behavior, which I'm sure this is not new to anyone, but we have to remember how we're working with our teams and with our communities on explaining this. Because half of our job is to know this ourselves, the other half of our job is to teach this to those around us, and that can be a big endeavor. So reviewing that data, is this behavior resulting in attention, escape from work, escape from an uncomfortable situation, access to toy or food, a sensory response? All of these behaviors that we looked at and all of these behaviors that you're seeing, if they're happening repeatedly, they're working. That kid is getting something good out of it. And I know that because they keep happening. We stop doing things that no longer work for us. If we don't get anything good out of it, we stop doing it. And you might think, oh, they're not getting anything good out of that. You have to dig deeper because what we find reinforcing might not be what our learner finds reinforcing. And same as the reverse. You might think, I would never want to have to go to timeout all the time. Well, guess what? Guess what you're not doing in timeout? Work. Timeout's a real mean name for a really nice break. One of my clients last year, he's in gen ed high school setting in full inclusion, which means he has 8 teachers to get on board with his behavior plan, which is, you know, a challenge in itself. Was having an awesome year mid-year except for third period history. Third period history was going horrible. Every other period was great. Well, in third period history, he would swear at the teacher, mouth off, do all these horrible things, and he would get kicked out of class, where he got to go to the counselor's office and lay on the couch and listen to music on his phone. Isn't that nice? Wouldn't you at like 10:30 like to just lay on a couch for a while and listen to music? So cool. So I kind of had a feeling what was going on, but I observed, and I literally almost laughed out loud, like had to like give myself like a pep talk, be professional, Sasha, because I watched him literally stand up, start engaging in negative behaviors, and then he starts putting his ear pods in and like walking out the room. He knows, right? So when we're talking with the teacher, I'm like, none of this is happening in any other period except yours. Well, I'm sending him to the counselor's office. I'm sending him out. He's thinking that's a punishment. That's aversive. And I'm like, this kid's laying on a couch, right? This kid doesn't care that his friends think he's getting kicked out every day. This is awesome. He's leaving a class that is not reinforcing to him to go do something that is fun. So what we might think of as something negative is not necessarily negative to our kids. So a great acronym and an easy way to remember this is SET is SEAT. Sensory, escape, attention, and tangibles. And this worksheet on the right that has a little brief description is in your Dropbox, so you can do some subtle, like putting this in teachers' mailboxes kind of thing. do a little team training with people at your school about it, and then combinations, because life can't be too easy. A lot of times it can be more than one thing, right? It can be, for this student that I was just telling you about leaving history, it was definitely an escape and a tangible function for him. Not only did he want to escape history, but he wanted to access his phone and music, right? If we had maybe taken away his phone or iPod, earpods, that would have been it wouldn't have been as reinforcing, but it was that combination that made it great. So, sensory behaviors. Feels good, looks good, smells good, sounds good, tastes good. These behaviors give some type of internal satisfaction. We all engage in sensory behaviors. Sensory behaviors are not autism specific. We all engage in sensory behaviors. When we look at our data, we're gonna see that maybe there's no pattern. We're gonna see this behavior might be happening when the child is completely alone, and this might be one of those situations that we're like, I really cannot see an antecedent or a consequence. It's just random. For those types of behaviors, there could be a sensory component. And if we're seeing it in a lot of different situations, happening at work, at break, outside, inside, with different people, like there's no rhyme or reason, there could be a sensory component. For sensory behaviors, there's some important questions we want to ask ourselves. The first question is this harmful? Is this self-injurious? Is this extremely disruptive to the learner? Is this disrupting or harming their learning or social opportunities? Does this behavior stigmatize or isolate the individual? If it's high-pitched, blood-curdling screams out of nowhere, that's going to socially isolate the individual, right? People know that kid is the kid that screams. That kid's not getting invited to birthday parties on the weekend. So then we might want to look at decreasing the behavior versus teaching appropriate times for that behavior. So not all sensory behaviors need to be targeted for decrease. Some sensory behaviors, we might want to teach the skill of discrimination, where and when. Hand flapping doesn't hurt anyone. Spinning doesn't hurt anyone. Singing the songs to Scooby-Doo doesn't hurt anyone. We don't want to do it during math class, so we can teach where and when. Because we all engage in sensory behaviors, but we all have great discrimination skills on the appropriate sensory behaviors to do at the appropriate times. What are sensory behaviors that you engaged in today during this session? Eating? Yep. What? Sitting. Some of you stood up for a little to move. Tapping your foot, twirling hair. Those are all like audience appropriate sensory behaviors. Now, if some of you got up and just started doing jumping jacks, that would have been weird, right? One of my favorite sensory behaviors is cracking my back, which you're probably not supposed to do, but I love doing that. It would be super weird if in the middle of giving a presentation, I laid down on the ground and cracked my back. That would be super weird. But don't worry, I have great discrimination skills. I know the appropriate times and places to do it. So that might be what we want to teach our learners. Escape behaviors. Escape behaviors are tricky. Escape behaviors, because there's a lot of things you can escape from. We can escape from noises, from demands, from settings, from people, from social situations. Remember, one of the diagnostic criteria of autism is a struggle with communication or social skills. So because your child has a diagnosis of autism, that means there is some obstacle with social skills. So yeah, social demands are going to be really hard, which I don't like doing hard things. I'm going to avoid hard things. We all engage in social escape. Someone calls you, you don't want to talk to them, what do? Decline. Hi, Mom. You run to the grocery store Saturday morning, you have no milk, you're in pajamas, no makeup, you look like crap. Of course, what happens? See everyone you know. You see like students, parents, your principal, right? So what do?
Hide.
You hide! You take a fake phone call, you go in the milk aisle, call your husband in the car, you're like, I'm gonna be a while, I gotta hide in the back till everyone leaves. Social escape. Someone's like, hey, I'm having this really fun party on this really weird theme on Friday, do you wanna come? And you're like, I would love to, but I can't. I've got this doctor's appointment at 8 p.m. on a Friday night. Can't come. Social escape. We all do it. You're watching Netflix. You're not at a doctor's appointment. So when we look at our data, the consequence is going to be a change in the environment. There might be other consequences involved. There's likely going to be adult redirection involved, because for that change in environment to happen, an adult usually needs to be there, right? If you were to look at that client I talked about with history class, his ABC data, yep, there was always adult redirection. The teacher always kicked him out. But what was really reinforcing was leaving. It wasn't the fact that he got adult attention from the teacher, he didn't care. But, so that might skew your data, you might think, oh, there's always adult attention after this, but it's adult attention that's leading to a change in environment. With escape behaviors, and this is going to be important when we talk about our replacement behaviors, you want to think about to and from. Escape does not happen in isolation. You're always escaping from somewhere to somewhere else. And you're usually escaping from something you don't like to something you do like. So you want to be able to identify what you're escaping from and what you're escaping to. Think about the last time maybe you played hooky from work. You don't have to tell anyone. You took a mental health day. Told everyone you had the flu. You didn't. We escaped from work to do something fun. We watched an entire season of a show. We went shopping. We saw a daytime movie and didn't tell anyone. You did something fun. You didn't just stare at a wall, right? We're escaping from something to somewhere else. So we're getting out of work to go play in the break area. We're escaping a social situation to go access stereotypy. We're escaping an unpreferred conversation topic to a preferred conversation topic. So really think about that whole context that escape is happening in. Now, attention behaviors. These are the fun ones. Attention, peer attention, positive attention, negative attention. The consequence on our data sheet will consistently involve another person. Negative attention is attention. Yelling, reprimands, lectures, eye contact, talking about the student. All of that is attention. And you're like, I don't know why he keeps doing this. He keeps getting yelled at. Still attention. And when we talk about attention behaviors, we talk about us being part of the problem. Oh, we are the whole problem. Right? Because it's sometimes like a shiny gold button that says attention, and our kids know exactly how to push it and when to push it. And we're like their puppet, literally. We do exactly what they want when they want it. And we just can't help it. And this is a really, really hard shift in mindset for teams, for communities. When it is an attention-maintained behavior, and we want to work at removing our attention, it is physically painful for some people. You're like, but he's running in the hall, and I must tell every child that runs in the hall, don't run in the hall, because I'm a big bad teacher. Well, if it's attention-maintained behavior, you're just making it worse, right? You're their puppet. But it's a hard shift to really teach. So with this is why you need your data. To say, hey, look, we've taken ABC data, and of the 30 times we took data, 30 times an adult was involved. So we see this pattern that this is likely an attention-maintained behavior. So this is my favorite example of negative attention causing an increase in behavior.
I expected a little more from a varsity letter. You're not fooling anybody, Bender. The next screw that falls out is going to be you. What was that?
Eat my shorts.
You just bought yourself another Saturday, mister.
Crushed.
You just bought one more right there.
Well, I'm free the Saturday after that. Beyond that, I'm gonna have to check my calendar.
Good! Because it's going to be filled. We'll keep going. You want another one? Say the word. Just say the word. Instead of going to prison, you'll come here. Are you through?
No.
I'm doing society a favor.
So?
That's another one right now. I've got you for the rest of your natural born life if you don't watch your step. You want another one?
Yes.
You got it. You got another one right there. That's another one, pal.
Cut it out. So if you ever have an argument with staff in your school that they think they should just, lecture and yell, send this clip. See if they catch what you mean. Because, behavior escalate, right? The more the principal got on him, the more he engaged in those behaviors. So we might think, oh, it's negative behavior. It becomes a tug of war. It becomes a power struggle. And who wins in the power struggle? Nobody. Or the kid, right? We don't win the power struggle. So, but we want to, right? We're like, I'm going to dig my heels in. We're making it worse. We're making it escalate. And now, sometimes we escalate and we see new behaviors we've never seen before. So we want to be really careful with attention-maintained behaviors. Tangible behaviors. So access to an item or activity. This can often be combined with attention. Toys are more fun with other people. So thinking about what things are resulting in access to some type of tangible. So let's take a few minutes here, activity number 4, and let's write 4 of your behaviors under these functions. What's a sensory behavior? Let's even think of what you've engaged in today. A sensory behavior, an escape behavior, an attention behavior, and a tangible behavior. So write down for your own behaviors that you've done today on behaviors that fall under each of these functions. After you write your 4 behaviors, let's take a 15-minute break. So it's 10:05. Let's come back at 10:20. Get some, let's engage in some sensory behaviors, some tangible behaviors, get some more coffee, go to the bathroom. Attention behaviors, talk to your friends.
Supposedly, I can turn his muscles would start twitching. Because when they told me that last night, my sister asked him that. She said, because they went in and just did like, they put the caps over the screen. And I'm having to start to twitch. I'm having to they took out my teeth. Like, I have to because in the long run it's better. Like, I have to really do that to me. Thank you, Dad. But, so they put like the cap to cover the screw. So they put in the screw that they can put to and then put it over. So it's all started
Coffee. Sensory behavior of choice. Who else is a fidgeter, a doodler, right? Right? Make all kinds of weird doodles on your, you look later, you're like, what was I drawing? What about escape behaviors?
Turning off the alarm clock.
Turning off the alarm clock, the snooze button, the restroom. Daydreaming. What else? What other escape behaviors? Social media is kind of like a double escape and attention. We scroll Instagram, Facebook to escape what we're supposed to be doing. Like, I should do the dishes and laundry, but I'm going to spend an hour watching tasty videos on Facebook instead. And then it's attention maintained when we post on social media, right? We want attention from others. What are some attention behaviors you have engaged in today or this week? No attention. Ask me a question. Perfect. Participating. What else? Calling a friend. Texting. Right? What about tangible behavior? Go to Sonic.
Eat candy.
Eat candy. Right? Okay. So let's practice a few quick examples here, identifying the function, because we want to get good at this when we look at our data and also when we observe our learners. So who remembers the show Super Nanny?
Oh, yeah. She's coming back to that.
because, you know, everything is more fun with a British accent. Like, if I had a British accent, you guys, you'd be really into today's session, even more, right? Okay, so our first one here.
Getting Ryan's clothes on is always the first pressure point.
This kid is like all of us on Monday mornings, right? What is the function of this behavior? Escape, right? To escape misery.
Okay, well, come over here. Just talk to Mama about it. Maybe we'll get you something sweet to eat. Make you feel better. I think you want a hurt prize, Mama.
A hurt prize? What's that?
The hurt prize is basically some kind of sweet treat to make them happy, and I use hurt prizes all the time.
I wish this dad knew how much I publicly shamed him in trainings. Alright, so what's the function of this behavior? Tangible, right? He knows exactly what to say to dad to get his hurt prize.
You were saying he hurt someone and then he gets a hurt prize?
He said, Mom hurt me. So, yeah, he felt really hurt, so he gets a candy.
Carry over into school.
I know, right?
Hey, shops today. There were 2 shopping carts, 1 cash register, and Mum had to decide who was playing what role.
I think it would probably be a very good idea if Leah or Jessie was the cashier first.
I encouraged Barbara to make sure that Andra wasn't the cashier that she wanted to be, because Andra always wants to get her own way, and it's important that Andra realises that she can't get her way all the time.
Okay, honey, we're all gonna rotate. Okay.
No, I mean.
Andra, first Jessie's gonna be the cashier.
No, I don't want to.
Well, Andra, rotate. We're all gonna rotate. Jessie.
I like in this video, because I've watched this many times, when Super Nanny tells the mom, like, the dominant child's not going to have the first turn, the mom looks so nervous. She's like, okay, like she knows what's going to happen. So what is the function of her tantrum that is starting? What does she want access to? The cash register. What else? What she wants. So she wants the cash register and attention. So it's that tangible and attention. We talked about how toys are more fun with other people. She wants in the context of the game, right? If they handed her the cash register and said, you know what, fine, you take the cash register, we're out, we're leaving, her tantrum would have continued because she didn't get what she wanted. She wanted a certain type of attention and that tangible, that toy. So is that multiple function there? And last one.
That's very beautiful. Whilst I was in Dylan's room, Shelby made Shermie a really pretty picture.
That's not nice. She made you a nice picture all on her own. Sherman, that's enough. Do not rip. Sherman, Ray.
Shermie held up a picture that Shelby drew for him, and he mocked as if he was going to rip it.
Put it down.
Yeah.
Sherman, why did you do that?
If so.
The music is amazing. What is the function of that one? Attention. I mean, you almost can't tell if he rips it accident first, but then he's like looking around, like, who's watching me? And yeah, what type of attention is it? Is it positive attention? Is the mom like, Sherman, beautiful job ripping that picture. You're so great. It's negative attention, but it's still maintaining that behavior. And he knew what he was doing. This was probably not the first time this has happened.
I'm going to touch on control.
So like we talked about with that previous video, that it seems like control. Control is usually a combination of functions. It's not, you know, there's a little bit of debate in the ABA world, is control a fifth function? Control tends to be a combination of different functions. It's escape and attention and tangible, and it can switch. Because a lot of kids, when we learn, and we do too, when we learn that a behavior works to get us something we want, I got a break when I did this, I got attention, hey, guess what? This is going to work for other things as well. So with control, it's typically some type of combination of escape, attention, tangible, which is tricky because a lot of interventions that we use for an escape behavior might contradict an attention behavior. So when you're looking at those behaviors that seem to have a lot of functions and it's just like control. I just want my way, and I almost don't care what my way is as long as it's not your way. With those situations, I like to rely really heavy on antecedent interventions and on proactive interventions to give a lot of control, to give a lot of options. With kids that it seems like I just want to do whatever I want to do, I give so many choices. So many choices. You want to sit here or here. You want to use a green pen or a red pen. You want to do 2 pages or 1 page. You want to work with me or Miss Thomas. You want to do language arts or math first. You want to sit on the floor here. You've given so many choices that by the time we're doing something, it's on their terms. Sometimes as a teacher, that's really hard because you're like, you would let them write with a red pen? Yeah, sure. You want to write with red pen? Do you. Write with red pen. You want to do math instead of language arts today? Cool. So we have to give up the control too, because sometimes that's hard. We're like, I'm the teacher, this is the schedule. Well, a lot of our kids, especially our kids with disabilities, have very little control in their life. So we do want to give them those opportunities to have a lot of control, make 15 choices, and do things on their terms. So it's that antecedent intervention that we're going to rely on.
So when you have a student who's like, I want to write with a red pen. Okay, here's the red pen. No, I want green. Okay, here's green. Nope, okay, choose a pen. You know,
so look at that attention. So it's a lot of attention and a lot. So it's walking away. You know, and we're not going to get too much into strategy because that's not what our focus is on. But it's removing then because thinking about that. Oh, you want then here's green, then here's this. You're giving attention to it, right? So then we and walk away. Yeah, and and looking at what other reinforcers we can add to the situation that are contingent on completing the task, completing the activity, that are going to compete with being in control and having that kind of attention. But it's learning that, okay, I've given you, control, now I'm walking away, because when we feed into it, now we're seeing our data. We give attention, we give attention, we give attention, and they're not working. It's escape. So it's that combo, attention escape combo.
Like it could be an escape behavior like rocking. So the child's getting attention.
Yeah.
And then you don't give them the attention, and you tell them to take a break, and then they go somewhere and they're rocking.
And that could be a sensory behavior as well. So that's why when we really want to have our data to rely on to be like, when it's happening, okay, well, it seems to be happening sometimes for attention, sometimes for escape. There could be a sensory component. That's when I want to have a lot of data to be like, okay, but what seems to be the most common antecedent, the most common consequence, so I can really pull and get kind of the main function. And then with things that are multiply controlled, we can create interventions that are like, because typically there'll be conditions, like we added in our problem behavior definition. When the behavior occurs in this class or in this setting, under these conditions, this is the intervention I want you to do. Because in this setting, it's likely an escape behavior. But in this setting, it's likely attention, so I want us to respond differently. So you might have different interventions depending on the conditions of that behavior. Does that answer your question, kind of? So when we are looking at our data and we're trying to identify the cause, like I said, we're a detective. It's our best guess. So a lot of these situations we've been talking about, multiply controlled, when there's more than one function, we might get it wrong right away. And that's okay. But we want that data to back up our decision whether it lands up being right or wrong. So looking at your data and thinking, what is the student trying to me or others with this behavior? What is he getting out of this behavior? What happened right before? What happened right after? I also like to look at the data, and I like to ask teachers, ask parents, or if it's me, I literally ask myself this question, the $1 million question. If I gave you $1 million to stop or prevent this behavior, what would you do? And first teacher's like, nothing. I could never stop or prevent this behavior. But you guys, million is on the line. Like, you're gonna try, right? Tax-free, it's a lump of cash I'm giving you. What would you do? Well, okay, $1 million is on the line, then I'm gonna make sure there's no work demands. I'm gonna make sure Johnny's on his iPad on his favorite game, and in that situation, it's pretty unlikely that a problem behavior is gonna happen. Cool, I'm not asking you to do that, but that gives me a lot of information. Maybe work demands, maybe it's an escape component, maybe it's tangible, access to iPad. You get so much information from these questions. These are awesome questions to ask mom and dad, to ask gen ed teachers. Like, he's doing this in my classroom and you've literally never seen that behavior in your classroom, ask this, right? And then the reverse. If I gave you $1 million, could you cause a meltdown? And everyone's like, hell yeah, I could do that in one task box. Right? Well, again, I'm not asking you to cause a meltdown, but I'm asking you to ask yourself that question because you get a lot of valuable information. Right? You're like, oh, okay, so maybe there's an attention component or related to this type of situation. And then you want to look for the combinations. So remember, things work together. With control, attention plus I'm escaping work. That's why it's reinforcing. With my client I talked about with the history class behaviors, it was escape and tangible. He was leaving history class to access his phone and his music. He had access to the phone and music any other time during the day, but that wasn't as reinforcing because he particularly didn't like history class. He would have never done that in reading, in gym, in his other classes because he liked those classes. He didn't need to escape them. So it's that combination of things. So you want to review data to determine the patterns, the functions. See the most common antecedents, the most common consequences. I really like using Google Forms here because it's not a lot of extra work, but when something is as important as figuring out the why, I want to do my due diligence to really analyze the data in the best way I can. And I know we're always hesitant to do anything that seems like extra work, but this is extra work that is so fast, but can be so helpful. And especially for our problem behaviors that are complex and tricky and have long learning histories. Because keep in mind, with especially our older kids, our junior high or high schoolers, these behaviors have been working, and they have been working for a really long time. So when we come in and we're like, we're going to do behavior change, and they're like, yeah, that's hilarious. This has been working for me for 12 years. So hold on, right? So we want to see and kind of be able to unpack everything that's involved. So we're going to go through a little Google Forms tutorial. Do not feel like you have to write absolutely everything down. This link it's to a blog post, but if you also go to YouTube and search the Autism Helper and click on my channel, I have about 5 or 6 videos going through it all as well. So we're going to go through it from start to finish together right now. 1, because I want to show you that it is really fast to do. And 2, so we can see in person and troubleshoot. I don't want you to feel like you have to write down everything I'm doing because you can refer back to these ideas later. So let's start. Let me find my notes. So we have some ABC data. We have a week's worth, and we're going to start a Google form for this child. Okay, so we've got 1 week's worth of data, and we are going to make a Google form, and we're going to start at the start. So we don't have a Google form yet, so we need to make a Google form for this learner. So we're going to go to Google Drive. Let me get it to a good spot here for you guys. Okay, we're going to go to Google Drive, and we're going to create a new form. We're going to name it Johnny. Johnny's my student name if you haven't noticed yet. Johnny's ABC data. So you only have to do this process once, but I want to kind of show you from the start how quick and easy this is. I once had a group time me, but that really stressed me out, so I'm going to ask you not to do that. So first we're going to add the date. And Google's smarter than us, so every time, you do something, it'll know the right thing to do next. We're gonna make this required. We're gonna add another question. We're gonna add antecedent. And then we're gonna add checkboxes. So the checkboxes here, the antecedents here are work demand, social demand, transition, and preferred item taken away. So those are the ones that are relevant to this learner, okay? Making this required. You have to answer this. Next question, behavior. And we're keeping it simple here. You could add, how many of each behavior, but we're just going to keep it simple. We just want to know which behaviors happen. Hit, kick, push. This is what Johnny does. Then we've got making this required too. When you make these required, that means people can't submit it without answering all of the questions. So if you were having professionals, other teachers submit this, if you don't click required on the things that have to be submitted, you might get data that has missing things just because we forgot. So I like to always click required for all of the things. So consequences, we have prompts, redirection, break time, timeout. Let me see this next one, okay. All right, so we only have to do this once. How long did that take me to do? Right, a couple minutes. That's one time. We never have to do it again, ever. So you send people, you can bookmark this on your desktop, whatever you want to do. So a week went by, and there we go. So a week has gone by, and how life works out, there is one behavior instance every day of the week. It never happens like that, but that's how we're going to do it, just to keep it simple. So it's Friday, I want to go home, I want to watch my Netflix, I do not want to put my ABC data into my form, but it only takes me 2 minutes, so I'm going to. So our first one, we've got March 2nd. This is in the future. We have a work demand and a preferred item taken away. There was a hit and a kick, prompts, and break time. Submit. We're going to submit another response because we can do these whenever we want. 3/3/2020. There was a work demand, kick and push, prompts redirection, Wednesday. There was a work and a social demand, kick and push, prompts redirection, and timeout. Thursday, there was a transition, a hit, prompt redirection, and timeout. And then Friday, and you can put multiple days in if you wanted. I'm just showing how to do it with 1 day a week. Oops. Then we go work demand, hit, and break time. Okay, so now we're going to come back over here, and we click on responses. You don't have to ever save anything. You don't have to be worried about that. It's always going to update. So now it's automatically updated. You can see, I kind of messed up the date there, how many days data has been taken. You can see which antecedents are the most prevalent. Yep, we only had 5 days of data. It was easy to see on the data sheet. What about when you have 30 data points? It's harder to see. What about when you are using 7 different antecedents because it's a complex behavior? You want to really see what's going on. Okay, so 80% of the time, there's a work demand. Okay, that's telling me something. It's breaking down how often which behaviors are happening. And then it's also going to break down those consequences. So prompts and redirection are happening a lot, but so are breaks and timeouts. And we talked about, for escape behaviors, if you're going to a break or timeout, an adult probably has to bring you. So this combination of typically always having a work demand and seeing a lot of breaks and timeouts, I could maybe infer easily this could be an escape behavior, right? And this data was simple to show, but with more complex behaviors, being able to pull this up at an IEP, being able to show mom and dad or an administrator is going to be a big deal because it's going to really be able to highlight exactly what's going on. anywhere, people are like, whoa. How long did it take me to make that? Less than 5 minutes, start to finish. It's really quick and easy. So if you've never played around with Google Forms, I really encourage you to try it out. And it's nice because you can access Google Forms from anywhere, from your phone, from your iPad, from your laptop. You need one link. So if paraprofessionals are going into Gen Ed, if you're working with Gen Ed teachers, different people can be submitting data on the same form, and we can all be seeing what's going on. So you can have paraprofessionals taking data every day, submitting it at the end of the day, and you as a teacher can go in and see what's happening. We're going to do another Google Forms tutorial at the end of the day about ongoing behavior data. Does anyone have any questions about using this for ABC forms right now? Does anyone feel very inspired and want to do this? Yay! Good.
What if you have more than one behavior in a day?
So you can add in a blank spot to put how many behaviors happen. So here, I'll show you right that right now. And we're going to do that this afternoon too.
Like the documenting and the graphing.
Yeah, we're going to do that. I'll wait until this afternoon. I'm going to do this afternoon because you can turn it into a spreadsheet and make a really awesome graph. So if you're having 14 behaviors on Monday, 21 on Tuesday, you can put that all in, and then you can turn it into a chart, which is super easy also. But here, I just really, did I still this open? Yeah. So let's say you wanted to actually, like, I really want to know how many behaviors are happening. So instead, I'm going to make this a short answer. And I'm going to put here number of hits. And because Google is smarter than us, it automatically knows it's a number. And it's going to put in here, it has to be a number. And it ready clicks response validation for me. So if someone in here types in, like, there were a lot of hits, it's not going to let you submit it because it will only let you submit it if it's a number. So now you can put how many hits there are. So if we look at, and you could add another question and say number of kicks. Same thing, it's going to add that in there. So now when I go to my form and refresh it, it now will be able to put that in there. Okay, see, it won't let me submit it. How many hits? We had 12 hits, 6 kicks. So you could even put that in for numbers. You could do that with duration. How many minutes of tantrum? And put that right in there too. So you could do that the other way. And we'll go into a little more detail on that this afternoon. So yes, inspired in Google Forms, only if you raise your hand, which makes me sad. So I hope that my second round, you guys, it's so easy.
I've used it before. My issue is sometimes the teachers we use Outlook for all of our district emails, so they feel like it's unsafe to use a Google form.
Okay.
So
it's not HIPAA compliant, but schools don't have to be HIPAA compliant. So I mean, that's
I'll put that in the blurb.
What?
I'm gonna put that in
the
bottom.
I mean, so yeah, that's what I was asked, like about HIPAA compliance, but schools don't have to be HIPAA compliant. Like we're not a clinic, we're not a doctor's office, so it's okay. And so yes, it's something different and new, but it's pretty secure. I mean, it's not anything.
Yeah, I know they use it like in Austin, because I know they do the fidelity checklist, and they send out. So I know the big districts do use it to get the information back from the.
And it might be just because we use Outlook. I see that there's forms on Outlook, but it doesn't look as easy as my Google.
It's not. Google's smarter than all of us. Yeah, I mean, schools don't have to be HIPAA compliant. We're not a doctor's office, so it's okay. It's very secure, So I think it's really fine. I use it. I use it with my clients because I'm not a clinic. I don't have to have it be HIPAA compliant. So only the people that have that link can access that form. So it is really easy and it's nice to get everyone on the same page. I know tech stuff, it's like it's really hard to mess up because you can't delete stuff. It's not like, oh, I forgot to save it. It automatically saves, it automatically updates. It's super user friendly, which is why I really like it. So okay, why do we have to spend so much time on ABC data? Why is it such a big deal? Analyzing the ABC data, talking about functions. Why do we have to know? Because the goal of every behavior plan, I'm not going to spend too much time here because I don't want to let myself accidentally turn today into a behavior change session. So it's tempting. Is we want to eliminate or reduce the effectiveness of the negative behavior. We want to make the negative behavior not work as well, and then we want to teach some should follow this framework. Starve it, replace it. And you have to do both. This is the biggest misstep I see with behavior plans is that they're missing the replacement. If you never teach the replacement behavior, that negative behavior will not go away. You have to teach a new, positive, pro-social way to get access to the behavior. So we want to starve it, eliminate or reduce the effectiveness of the negative behavior, and give a new way to get to the same why. If we don't know the why, then we know what to starve it from. Just remove attention from every negative behavior isn't going to work if it's not an attention-maintained behavior. That won't be truly starving it. We'll talk more about replacement behaviors coming up, but this is the general framework of your behavior plans. This is why we spend so much time collecting our ABC data to get there. So let's talk IEP goals. So behavior-specific IEP goals. A lot of times on IEP goals yesterday, but I want to bring this into our behavior data section because if we write really great IEP goals related to behavior change, it makes data collection easier. It makes progress monitoring easier. And we also want to loop our whole team in on why we're spending a lot of time on these things. Because we talked yesterday about allocating minutes and how many goals to pick. Well, the same thing applies here. We're spending a lot of time on our behavior change plan, so we want goals that account for those minutes. So yesterday, this was our same framework: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound. Same thing with our behavior goals. We want to specify negative behaviors and replacement behaviors. We were going to talk in a component about 3 types of data we can take and how to decide those mastery criteria. Then how are we deciding the supports we're using already, and how are we relating this to long-lasting behavior change that lasts over time. So first, the S, specific. Bonus, we already did the first part. We spent the whole morning talking about defining problem behavior because we needed that to get to our ABC data. Now, we need to also define our replacement behavior, what the child is doing instead, and then we can utilize either or both within our IEP goal. Within our IEP goal, it might be we want to decrease negative behavior to this amount, or we want to increase this replacement behavior to this amount. Because if we're increasing the replacement behavior, that negative behavior is going to be decreasing automatically.
Gosh, on the replacement behavior, I understood to be what we're wanting the student to do instead of the present.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So the exactly. So the replacement behavior is what we want them to do instead, but it has to get to the same why. Because if it's to get access to attention, the replacement behavior has to be to get access to attention. We're never going to take away the want for escape, the want for attention. It's always going to be there. It's how we're getting there, and it's how we're reinforcing that. So our replacement behaviors are going to be that new way to get access to that same why. It's what we want them to do instead. Instead of picking me when you want a break, I want you to ask for a break. Instead of laying on the floor when you're told no because you want something else, I want you to ask me for something different. So what we want them to do instead. So let's say here, Johnny bites another student. Not so great, right? Well, Johnny was playing alone and another student came near him. That was the antecedent. And guess what pretty much works every time when you want to be left alone? Biting. People don't want to be near biters. So Johnny bites, and guess what? Johnny gets left alone. Johnny wins. The replacement behavior needs to literally replace the negative behavior. Instead, Johnny would say, leave me alone, and he would get left alone. Now, let's think of real world contingencies. Johnny's playing, and another student comes near him, and he says very nicely, excuse me, please leave me alone. What is most likely that other kid going to do? He's going to stay there, right? Other kids are like, oh, sure, no problem. So as the adults, we have to get in there and make sure this happens we're figuring out and making sure replacement behaviors work gets really tricky. Replacement behaviors have to be easier and more effective than the problem behavior. And that's hard. The negative behaviors may be pretty easy. It's pretty easy to swear. It's pretty easy to make farting noises. And they're effective. Everyone laughs when you make a farting noise. There's no teaching peer ignoring a fart. Even for like high school kids, it's still hilarious. Even adults. Like I said, fart, people laugh. You know, it's funny. So we want to think about how we can make sure we teach replacement behavior that is the no-brainer option, right? So let me give you an example of a no-brainer option. So at home, I have a major coffee addiction, but at home, my specific coffee addiction is Starbucks. So I go to Starbucks all the time. I like maybe getting the Starbucks app for a while because I really want to know how much I spent there, like the drinks list. I go 2 months a day. So let's say I go to Starbucks one day, and I go to open the door, it's locked. It's just black in there, no one's in there, it's empty. So the next day, try to open the door again, no one's in there. The third day, a Dunkin' Donuts opens right across the street from my house, which is weird because I was present, so it's weird there's Dunkin' Donuts there, but all of a sudden, Dunkin' Donuts right across, and I go, there's no line. They charge me only 10 cents for my coffee, and they give me this mythical fat donut that tastes like a real donut, but it's got free celery, like negative calories, and they give it to me for free. So this is great. So I get my 10-cent coffee, I get free donut here out of my life. The next day I go back to Dunkin' Donuts, I get my 10-cent coffee, I get free donut. It's great. Even if Starbucks reopens on that 5th day, where am I still going? Dunkin' Donuts! Right? Starbucks doesn't make weird fat free donuts until it tastes amazing. Starbucks charges me way more than 10 cents. Dunkin' Donuts was so much better, right? It's a no-brainer. So you have to think about the difference with your replacement behaviors being that dramatic. Like, of course I would say leave me alone because it works so well and it works every time. So replacement behaviors can be lots of different things. Replacement behaviors can be raising your hand. It can be asking for a break. It can be using a break card. It can be asking for a walk. It can be putting your head down on the desk. It can be saying, excuse me. There's lots of different ways for replacement behaviors to occur. But it has to literally replace the negative behavior. So instead of yelling out and running out of seats to get adult attention, it's now asking for help or raising your hand. Instead of your head down on the table to get attention, it's saying, using a visual to get teacher time. I want adult attention, I'm going to put to the visual to teacher time. Hitting and kicking to be brought to a cool down area, access periodically. I'm going to ask for my break area with a visual or a verbal request. Says no when asked to do anything, like to escape to preferred activities, I'm going to ask for a break. Attention behavior replacement behaviors can be asking for friend time, asking for teacher time, thinking about the type of attention it's requesting, and making sure that whatever the replacement behavior is resulting in that same type of attention. Escape behaviors, access to a break, getting access to being left alone. I mean, we want to be left alone a decent part of our lives. Many of our kids don't have a way. Be left alone. Even sometimes I've seen this too many times that I wanted to, a kid will politely ask to be left alone, and then also like, oh, you're fine, you don't need to be left alone, you love me. They didn't love me, but they want their space, right? So when we think about teaching a replacement behavior, we want the magnitude of the replacement behavior to be so much higher than the negative one. And I like see all the questions brewing, and I promise I'm going to get to all of them. Because right about now, I'm like, so starve or replace it. I can't starve the negative behavior. I can't remove all attention. Or I can't make sure they don't get a break when they do that negative behavior. I just can't. I've got to keep them, other things going on. Cool. No problem. I didn't say you have to remove all of it. I just said you have to reduce it. And then with the replacement behavior, you have to make it better. So let's say we're runners. Let's say we have a runner and running is a form of attention, as sometimes we see. Because when you're a runner and you run into the hallway, it is now a collective escape because adults look many seconds of off-task behavior do we have?
41 seconds.
40, 41, 42, somewhere in there. All right, last one. So the behavior definition here is work refusal, which we're defining as engaging in behaviors including walking away from, pushing, moving, throwing tasks, pushing things that are part of the work task. That's what it starts when the student walks away from the work task, and when they restart work, that's when the behavior is over. Actually, let's restart. Everyone restart their timer. We're going to start. You can just start your timer right when I start it, because we're already on work refusal. All right, ready, go.
Sit down. Sit. Sit down. Sit down. Come on.
Oh, goodbye.
Sit down.
Yeah.
I know. First word, then window. Window. First word, then window. What's this? Window. Window. Sit down. Sit down.
She's got to hit a lot.
Good, thank you. What's this? Spoon. What's this? Spoon. Good. What's this? TV. Good. What's this? Cup. Good. Cheese. Vase. 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 What's this? Vase. Good. What's this? Wine.
You said window.
Yeah.
Okay, how long do we have in the 90 seconds?
Maybe 10.
Minute 10. So again, when we say things to people like most of the time in work refusal and off task, we're like, oh, okay, and this was obviously a short clip, but if we were to take data on a 20-minute clip working with them and be like, of 20 minutes, 17 minutes are spent in work refusal. Obviously, this teacher had a history of getting hit by him a lot. Yeah, she a lot of flinching, and he knows that. I love this child so much. But he knows exactly. He knows he's big. He knows how to use his size to intimidate people. He's super smart. And he knew the second that she distracted to her data sheet, window, right? Right there.
He did the work.
He did?
So
Yep. So maybe she could have had a more clear way to show how much work,
And
right?
he said window on the activity.
On the activity.
So it's like,
I know, right? He's like, I'm requesting. Yeah. Yeah, lots of, so, but, you know, these types of tracking methods, just the simple start stop on your timer, you really can do this while you're doing other things. So let's say that was a clinician or a para or another teacher working with him over there. She can't really be pressing on and off the timer because she's kind of like, you know, making sure she doesn't get hit and stuff, and she's trying to get him back to the task. You could be working with another group and be pressing start and stop on your timer, and it's not going to take that much extra effort, you know, and you don't have to be exact, right? If we get 15 minutes or 17 minutes, it's not that big of a deal. Overall, you just want to know that it's between 15 and 17 minutes of a 30-minute period or a 20-minute period. So it's not this exact science, well, oh my gosh, he's been at the window for 3 seconds and I didn't click start on the timer. That's okay, right? This is to get our best estimation as accurate as we can be. So that was duration data. Last type of data that we're going to talk about, which we talked about yesterday, and I love this for our behavior data, is interval data. So as we talked about yesterday, interval data is kind of a shortcut procedure for estimating how often a behavior occurs. This is super helpful when you are busy, when you are short-staffed, when your classroom is overcrowded, aka everyone in here, right? Does anyone have extra staff that they don't need? No one raise your hand because everyone's gonna be like, where do you work? This is helpful for behavior maintenance. This is helpful for behaviors that vary in time length. You can easily track multiple students at once, and it's relatively easy to do. You also don't need to necessarily do this all day. So what this looks like is selecting a specific time length. So 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 5 minutes, however often the behaviors are occurring, you want to have a specific time length to be able to see those behaviors. And at the end of every interval, marking if the behavior occurred or if it did not. And then we're going to determine the percentage of observations the behavior occurred in. So here we did 20 intervals. Of the 20 intervals, 13 times the behavior happened within those intervals. So 65% of the time the behavior is happening. We're not saying it happened during that whole 5-minute chunk. It happened at least once. So that's why it's an estimation. But if we're going to be doing this, we're using this data method the same way as we're ongoingly tracking our data, we'll be able to see any progress that's been made. So this is good for situations without a lot of staff, this is good for inclusion settings, and you can collect data on one student while you're working with other kids. So it's going to give that estimation, but we're always comparing the estimation. We're not going from interval data to frequency data to back and forth, we're always comparing with this type. So you can use a timer on your phone. I really like this timer. It's completely not for this purpose, but it works really well. I have a little video here.
So this is the Gym Boss timer that I think works really well for interval data. So I already set this up, but I'm going to show you kind of the setup process of this. So I set my intervals here for 5 minutes. I want all my intervals to be 5 minutes, and I want to do 12 different intervals because I'm going to take data for an hour. So I'm pressing setup again, and then you can pick if you want a loud beep, a small beep, or a vibrate. And since this is just for me, I want it to vibrate because I don't want other kids to know that I'm taking data. And I want this to go for like, let's say 2 seconds, because I do want to make sure I notice it. That's how long it's going to vibrate for. So then when I press start, I actually press start. So that's the first interval. So now it's going to go off, and I know that it started. I can clip this to my belt. I can put it on my clipboard. When it vibrates again, I'll be able to go to my data sheet and give a plus minus if the behavior occurred. So this is a nice way to kind of keep you on track during the day, especially if you're working with other students while you're collecting data.
So this timer is called the Gym Boss timer. It's definitely for working out or something like that. But you can set intervals. So like what I did there when I set 5-minute intervals, and I could pick how many I wanted. I wanted 12. I'm going to take data for an hour. And you can put it in your back pocket. It won't make any noise. It will vibrate. So once it vibrates, I know a new interval has started. And when I see the behavior happen, let's say I'm taking data on Johnny biting himself. So I set my 5-minute timer interval, I set 12 of them, I put it in my back pocket, I start teaching my lesson. So right away, I see Johnny bite himself. So I go over to my data sheet and I write a plus. I don't even need to look at him, really, the rest of that time interval, because he's already done it once. That's all that matters. So then it vibrates again. Now it's a new interval. I keep teaching, He didn't do it at all. Next interval is a minus. It vibrates again. I keep looking. If he bites, I mark a plus. So then I can see in how many of those 12 intervals that I took data did a behavior occur.
So you're documenting that like anytime during the 5 minutes
Yes.
or at the end?
During the 5 minutes. So if it happens at all within those 5 minutes. So there are a lot of different ways. You're thinking momentary time sampling. Yeah. So this is partial interval recording. For the BCBAs in here, partial interval recording. You could do whole interval recording where it has to happen throughout the whole time. I just think for a lot of behaviors we see, it's just going to be trickier to do that. This is probably more useful for a classroom teacher. So what she mentioned is a little tweak on this called momentary time sampling, where you could use the same kind of timer, and when it vibrates, it's in your butt pocket, it vibrates, at that moment you look up, and if Johnny's engaging in the behavior at that second, then you mark. So that's a little tweak on it. I kind of prefer to do the partial interval as we talked about, just to know if it happens at all within that time frame. We're just going to catch more behaviors. It's going to be a little bit more accurate of an estimation.
So that's going to give you an underestimate or
Momentary time sampling will give you an underestimation. Whole interval will give you an underestimation because if in 5 minutes it only happens 4 minutes and 30 seconds, we're still marking minus. So this is going to give us still an overestimation, but I'd rather kind of see the big picture, and because we're doing this from the start, we're gonna always be comparing an overestimation with an overestimation. So yeah, we're knowing that this isn't, when we say, okay, it happened, of the 12 time intervals I did, it happened 11 times, I know it didn't happen for 55 minutes. I know it just, there were 11 intervals where during those 5 minutes, this behavior happened. Does that answer your question kind of? Again, it does get confusing. I'm gonna,
So this is the gym.
It's gonna help us because then we're gonna be able to know if it's decreasing or increasing.
Yeah.
But it's not a clear picture of exactly how many times, because.
But that's okay. You're right though. So she said, I don't know if you heard her, so she said, it's not exactly how many times the behavior happened. So let's say this example with biting. So I'm tracking for 1 hour, so I'm doing 12 5-minute intervals, okay? And we are just starting to implement an intervention. We're in August, it's August 25th, and I take data this way, and of the 12 intervals, during 11 of them, he bit at least once. So that could have meant he only bit 11 times, or it could have meant he bit 500 times. I don't actually know, but that's okay, because on August 25th, it was 11 out of 12. All I care about now is growth. So if in October, in November, in December, if we're still at 11 out of 12, then yeah, I might want to get more detailed. But if in November I'm seeing we're at 6 out of 12 intervals, in December it only happened on 2 out of 12 intervals, we know by those estimations that it is decreasing. Because it would be unlikely that this behavior would be happening 500 times within only 2 little time chunks. Does that make sense?
And would you pick this type of data keeping when, like, say the biting, and they're constantly biting?
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, in the real world, there's no way you
Yeah,
can sit
there's
there
no
and
way.
keep writing
Yeah,
it
yeah.
and teach and all of
Yeah,
that. So
yeah,
this
so-
would be a good way.
Yeah.
But then once you're trying to totally or somewhat eliminate it or whatever, then you might revert to another way
I
of
think,
taking
you know,
that data.
I think we can think about realistically what can we do in the classroom.
Yeah,
So
okay.
if you are in a life skills room and you have 8 kids and you have 1 para and that para's pulled half the time to do something that's not related to her job, you have a lot of other hard students, realistically, like you said, we're not going to be able to really track how often this is happening.
Okay.
So I would start here. This is realistically what I can do. And if this is what you can do, this is awesome because this is going to give you some data. And you can still make great behavior change with this because you can still see that, hey, my intervention is working, I've got to change, or this intervention isn't working, I've got to change. There could be a point where you've tried a few interventions, there's been no change, maybe I need more details.
Okay.
But it might be okay to start here and stay here, depending on, you know, you've done your due diligence with taking ABC data, with figuring out the intervention, you can still see growth or lack of growth using this. And I think realistically for a lot of us in our classrooms, the idea of taking frequency or duration data all day, every day is intimidating and not possible. The idea of even getting our teams on board to do it real detailed is not possible. When we're collaborating with resource teachers and gen ed teachers, we've got 30 kids to teach, right? This you can do while teaching 30 kids.
Yeah. Okay.
Does that kind of?
Yeah. No, I like that.
So I'm gonna show. I really like this video. This is kind of a little teaching video, but it's again a contrived situation. But I like showing how she's doing it while still teaching a classroom of kids. So the target behavior here is off task. Refers to any behavior displayed by the student unrelated to academics. Examples: fidgeting, playing with materials, looking away from the instructional task. And we're just watching, we're not taking any data right now.
Boys and girls, you have in front of you a math riddle, all right? So you're going to take and answer each math problem, compare the answer you get to the letters down below, and put the letters up on top, okay? All right, begin.
You'll notice in that last video of the
What an angelic little class that was, right? Like the music. But I like that this pointed out, like I've been saying, is so when that behavior occurred early in that time interval, like it occurred 30 seconds in, not that you're not going to watch that student, but you don't need to be hyper-focused. You can attend to other things because I've already seen the behavior in this interval, check, I can kind of do other things, continue teaching. When the interval restarts, I'll put my attention a little bit back on her to see if I see that again. Does anyone have any questions on interval data or have a situation we could talk through, kind of hypothetical or non?
So the same thing if you saw it at the end of the interval and it went into the next interval, you already know.
It would count, yeah. Same, yeah. So let's say, you know, we're doing 5-minute intervals. At 4 minutes, 30 seconds, the child starts screaming. And they keep screaming straight on through to 5 minutes, 30 seconds. So both of those intervals, we know, mark, and they stop screaming. They don't scream again for the rest of that 5-minute interval, but they've already screamed at least during part of it, so we would mark it. Don't be intimidated by this one. I think it's really good, you guys. It's very, I mean, that teacher, yes, it was fake, and she was like walking around with a quiet group of children with her clipboard, but you can realistically, and again, you're not doing this for the whole day, doing this for 1 hour, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, whatever it is, you can realistically do this while doing the rest of your job, right? So when we say like, oh, we can't do data, we can definitely do this. And this can be something you teach your team to do too, that it's not just you doing this.
Do you have a recommendation when trying to start an interval like that try to make it easier, like every 10 minutes first or every
Good
5
question.
minutes?
Yeah, how do we pick the intervals?
Yeah.
So with this for today and for yesterday too, so we're not, unfortunately we don't get to pick what's convenient. We want to go to our baseline data for that, because we want to do an interval that we're gonna likely be able to catch behaviors if they do happen. So that's why we take our baseline data to know about how often things are occurring. If this is happening in an hour every 40 minutes, we don't wanna do 15-minute or 10-minute chunks because it's gonna be like, okay, every time they did it, you know what I mean? So we wanna do something that we're gonna be able to kind of catch if they did, but allow for those opportunities when, hey, she was on task for 3 minutes, I also wanna notice that too. So you really wanna look to your baseline data to decide how long to put these intervals at, which is why that ABC data, that baseline data is really important. Within that, we're looking at how often things are occurring, we wanna know where we start. That'll give us some good information on the intervals.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you're taking data, if you see the behaviors happening, do you not do any type of redirections?
It depends on, let's say we were doing this for our baseline, then we wouldn't. But you can still do redirection, right? Because we still want to do this for ongoing progress monitoring. So let's say our intervention here was, if it was an escape behavior, telling her to get back on task, yeah, we can still do that, definitely. You can still do your intervention on top of this. This is going to show you if your intervention is working. So let's say for that example, if this child's off task, and our intervention is, if she's ever off task, we go over and redirect her, and if she's on task, we give her a token. That's our intervention right now. So we start doing this, this interval recording, and we see that of the 12 intervals that we've done, she started at about 10 or 11, she was engaging in off-task behavior. We've been doing this intervention, redirection, tokens. 6 weeks later, we're still at around 10 or 11. Well, at that point, I would redo my ABC data, because maybe there's an attention function, and I'm actually giving attention to that negative behavior. That's why it's not going away. I'd also look at what's in my token economy. Are there actual reinforcers in my token economy? So you can still be doing your interventions right on top of it. Great question. Okay, let's practice one more. And let's practice with a fun one. All right, everyone get your, actually no, we don't need our timers. So, our behavior definition. And we have we're gonna do example 2 here. We're gonna do 9 intervals, 20 seconds. We're marking a plus if the behavior occurred during the 20 seconds. I'll tell you when the 20 seconds are up. If the behavior did not occur, we're doing a minus, okay? The behavior that we're looking for is cheering. So cheering is defined as rhythmic singing or yelling combined with movement. A non-example would be a single kick with no song or yelling. Okay? I'm going to give you a little hint as to what we're about to watch. So if there's a single kick but no singing, it's not cheering. Okay, so our first time interval starts now. I'll tell you when the beeps are.
Our team is dynamite. Our team is dynamite. I say tick 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 boom dynamite. I say tick 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 boom dynamite. I say boom dynamite. I say boom dynamite. I say boom.
All right, next interval number 2. All right, interval number 3.
Is your mom here, Craig?
Yeah, she's way over there, up at the top.
Where?
Way up.
Mrs. Buchanan! Mrs. Buchanan! Daddy, she can't hear me.
Ariana, Heather's trying to get the section. Wait, up there. Wait.
Heather!
Next interval 4.
I blew dry straight! What? I can't. I'll talk to you later.
Oh my God, Trevor.
Where?
Oh my God, Trevor. Go, Trevor. Oh my God, Trevor.
Next interval.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Minus parts, don't take no job. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's back it up and do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Minus parts, don't take no job. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's back it up and do it again.
Are you a Spartan?
I think so.
Are you a Spartan?
Next interval.
Oh. Hey, who's that Spartan hanging upside down? I said, who's that Spartan hanging upside down?
It's me.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so what do we get? It's so easy to get distracted. So we had plus, yeah, you're right. Plus, minus, plus.
Well, that first one was like a back kick, so I didn't know if that was considered.
So she had those 2 intervals where she just kicked, but there was no singing, right? Remember we said the non-example was the kick with no singing. And there was that second to last plus, they only started cheering right at the end. They weren't cheering the whole 20 seconds, but it still counted, right? Did everyone get that? Does this make you want to just watch old SNL things all day? Okay. All right, so let's practice a few problem behaviors. Let's think about what data collection type would best suit each behavior. So first one, our options are frequency, duration, or interval. So what about tantrum? What type of behavior data could we use to track a tantrum? Duration, what else? Maybe frequency and interval, right? Tantrum might be a really good one for interval, just to know, were tantrums happening during this time interval? Off-task behavior. Duration, what else? Interval, yep. Hand biting. Frequency, for sure. Interval. And maybe even duration, depending on the kid. Yep, I think all of them. Because some kids really, stay on there. And spitting. Frequency and interval. Are you noticing a trend that interval works for all of the behaviors? Whoa. Swearing. Frequency, interval. All right, a few more. Screaming. Duration, interval. Talking disrespectfully to the teacher. Frequency, interval, possibly even duration, maybe depending on the kid, right? Refusing to complete a task. Duration, interval, frequency, possibly even if it's just like a firm no, and that's it. Walking out of class. Frequency, duration, interval, I think all these. If we have a kid that walks out of class, how long are they gone? Right? They come back 90 minutes later, you're like, you're still here? Where you been? Says no when asked to do something. Frequency and interval. So really all of these will work for interval because it doesn't matter if it's duration or frequency, we just want to know, does it happen during this time period? Yes or no? Okay, mastery criteria. So our baseline data is important because we want to set goals that are near baseline, but that are also age appropriate. So we talked about this first thing this morning. We want to think about real world contingencies for our kids. We want to think about what developmentally is the norm. And if we've forgotten about that, we got to kind of hang out in those gen ed rooms in the hallways where we don't like to spend time, and I get it, to know what are the norms for a 5-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 15-year-old as far as wait time and inappropriate behavior with friends. All kids engage in inappropriate behavior. Like every single child engages in inappropriate behavior. We just don't want it to get, obviously, too extreme or disruptive. So let's do a little activity with the people at our table. This is activity 7 in our next page. And let's change the mastery criteria to make it age appropriate. So, for example, our first one, Allison, age 4, will sit and wait for 10 minutes without talking, getting up, walking away, or crying. Have you ever met a 4-year-old that can do that without an iPad? No. Right? Okay, so let's redefine these based on their age. Let's spend like 3-4 minutes here and redefine mastery criteria to make them age appropriate.
But keep that age.
Yes, they're still the same age.
Okay.
They're still 4, they're still 16. What's a more realistic goal for a 4-year-old, a 16-year-old, and a 7-year-old?
You can use you can decide, whatever you think.
Probably just one he tells off. Right.
Okay, let's come back together because we haven't finished. So our first one, Allison, 4 years old, will sit and wait for 10 minutes. No talking, no getting up, no walking away, no crying, and no iPad. So what do we think for a 4-year-old would be a more appropriate goal?
4 minutes.
4 minutes, 5, 2, 1 minute per age. And all those 1 minute per age things, I always want, I'm like, I want to see the research on that.
Yeah.
Right? So obviously we don't know Allison's history, all this. Somewhere in 1 to 5 minutes, probably. 5 minutes is probably pushing it, but she could maybe get up to that depending on her skill set. Yeah. Yeah, maybe a specific range. We'd obviously want to know her baseline data. The take-home point here, 10 minutes for a 4-year-old. Not, yeah, crazy, right? Johnny, age 16, will decrease the use of swears to 0 when around his peers on 5 consecutive days. So Johnny will have 0 swears for 5 days when with his cool swearing friends. I like that. That's what I was thinking. I don't really care if Johnny swears with his friends, right? You want to swear with your friends? Cool. I don't want you to swear with adults, because that's how you lose your job, that's how you get a detention, that's how you get in trouble. I want to see 0 swears for 5 days around adults, not around peers, right? Like, think about what's going to be functional and age appropriate. A 16-year-old is probably capable of doing that. Again, we don't know Johnny's pretend history here, all that good stuff. Richard, age 7, will walk in the hallway with his hands by his side, no talking on every hallway trip during 5 consecutive school days. Military school.
That's just not happening.
Never, right? And I mean, how many times do you probably walk in a hallway during the day? 25 times? So then we're talking like 125 trips with 0 talking. What would we want to see instead for a 7-year-old? What do we think? What would be great? Yeah, right? Say hi. So maybe only appropriate chatter in hallway? Yeah. Greeting peers. Maybe only whispering, not yelling. Maybe we have, of the hallway trips every day, we have, a certain amount of trips a day that are silent for a 7-year-old, right? I have a few we really work on. Anything else for a 7-year-old?
And you might split that up and just work on one, because just hands remotely down, just not touching everyone is a huge thing.
Yeah, that's a huge thing. I mean, have you watched a class of Gen Ed 7th graders walk down a hallway? It's like, they're just like rubbing the halls. Like, why?
Sensory needs.
Yeah, why? Why are we rubbing the walls like this? So yeah, maybe it's just hands by side. That's all we're working. Maybe we're just working that for one day. Or a certain amount of hallway trips a day. Yeah, so really think about what's age appropriate while you're identifying those mastery criteria. So thinking about not only where have they started, not only what perfection looks like and 0 behaviors and all that good stuff, but really what's functional and developmentally appropriate for that age. Then we want to think about achievable. So close to the present levels. And the importance here is we want to include what supports currently help this student. Because I think when we're in a special ed room for a long time, we kind of forget about all the supports we give our kids. There's schedules, there's social stories, there's token economies, and first then we use simple, clear, concrete language and a structured, routine-based setting. We forget about all that stuff, and then we're like, oh, I don't know why it's not working well in inclusion. Well, all those things are gone. Right? So we want to think about and identify all the supports that that kid needs to be successful that we use on a regular basis. Because there's a lot that they rely on. And we want to make sure we identify that in our IEP goals that, yes, we are looking at decreasing this and increasing this, but with the addition of these things. Because, again, what if that student moves tomorrow? Are people going to know that a schedule is very helpful or first then language is very helpful? We want to be including that. So some of the supports we already have that we want to make sure we're identifying because we want to use them in other settings. One are visuals. A lot of our learners have low receptive language, have low processing. Visuals in our room aren't pretty and cute. They're functional. They serve a purpose. They help our kids understand their world. So you want to think about how we can include these in our IEP goals, in our behavior plans, because we kind of forget our kids need them because they're second nature to us. But they're not second nature to a gym teacher, to an inclusion teacher, to a high school teacher maybe, when our child moves on to high school. So thinking about things we utilize, social stories, behavior maps, checklists, think about all those things that we use and make sure that we include that in their IEP goals. And remember with visuals, and this is a great point to point out when we are collaborating with colleagues in our community, visuals aren't only a special ed thing. We all use visuals. Let's say you went on vacation to Japan and you don't speak Japanese. What are you relying on? Visuals, right? You're looking for the food sign, the exit, maybe the universal cocktail symbol for the bar, right? Because you're on vacation. dryer that's like in airports where you like put your hands in like this? Okay, so the first time you saw that hand dryer, you did not have a meltdown. You did not lay on the floor crying. I know it. You guys are so great. You looked at the visuals, right? On top of that hand dryer is a picture of a hand going in this way. Because you probably at first were like, what do I do? And then you saw the picture of two hands and you're like, this is super weird, but okay. And you did it, and you're like, oh, that works. Right? Yeah, you avoid it. You're like, I'll just do this thing. Yeah. Sometimes now there's hand dryers built into the sink. It's always weird. We rely on visuals. Every hotel I go to has some weird little coffee maker in there, and there's always visuals on the coffee maker for how to use it, which I appreciate because it's always a different system, right? Do you put this thing in? Do you not? What button? There's visuals right on there. So think about what visuals that our kids need and what we can continue to utilize. These are supports that help them be successful. We want to continue to use them. Think about the need that our kids have for consistency and routine. The ability to anticipate what is coming next is huge because we can't rely just on our verbal language for telling our kids what's coming next. We want a routine that's consistent, that they can anticipate. They know what's going to happen before it happens. When you have a consistent routine, you have less negative behaviors. You have less anxiety. You have more independence and efficiency. So when you see negative behaviors occur in different settings, it could be because that consistent routine was pulled away. So let's talk one quick example about consistent routine. So let's say we were all abducted by aliens, okay? All of us. So we're on this weird alien planet, and every day we're taken to two rooms. The first room has all blue tables. And in blue table room, life is awesome. You can watch Netflix, you can eat ice cream, you can drink wine. It's great. Blue table room, where it's at. After blue table room, you go to red table room. Red table room is not so great. You have to do pages of long division. You have to eat celery with no ranch, and that's just gross. And you have to listen to the same Kid Rock song on repeat. Sorry if you're a Kid Rock fan, but that would get old real quick, right? So after a few days of this, blue room, it's awesome. Red room, it's not awesome. Blue room, it's awesome. Red room, it's not awesome. You know what to expect. When you walk into blue room, how you feeling? Yeah. You walk into red room, how you feeling? But you know it's coming, right? Let's say we had a few days of this routine, and you walk into blue room, and they turn Kid Rock on. What are you going to do? You're like, no. This was not the deal, right? We would probably be less stressed day 3 of our abduction because we know what's happening. And for a lot of our kids, that's a silly example that we're not being abducted by aliens, but for some of our kids, our school is basically a different planet. For our babies, we were talking about this at lunch. You're a preschool teacher. When babies come in, that 3-year-old on mom's hip, mom's one arm is like real jacked because she's been carrying a 60-pound toddler for 3 years. And they drop their 3-year-old who's never been away from mom and dad, never been out of the house. They're like, bye. And that child looks around. You might as well be aliens. For our high schoolers that have been in the same building from pre-K through 8th with the same teachers that love them and coddle them and make sure everything's safe, and you go to high school, and it's smelly, and it's crowded. So smelly. High schools are so smelly, right? Oh, it's a different planet. So we want to really think about what supports we can give our kids when they are literally going to Mars. So have those schedules, have that consistent routine to show them what's coming. We want specific types of schedules for our kids, ones that they can understand and utilize. Our goal is never to get rid of the schedule. It's to possibly change the schedule type. I don't think every child needs a picture schedule, absolutely not. But every child needs a schedule. The schedule was so important today that we even wrote down what time lunch was, right? Because as adults, schedules are huge for us. If you and I didn't know how to follow a schedule, we wouldn't have been here today. Think about if your principal had an all-school in-service. So you have to be there on Monday, right? So you walk into the cafeteria, wherever you have your meetings, and your principal gives no agenda, no schedule. They're like, you're in here till 3, that's it. How you feeling? You're like, oh, that's going to be Monday, that's what happens, right? It's not fun. I want an agenda. I want to know when lunch is. I want to know if this is, what's this about. I want to know if we're going to have free time. Schedules are important, right? So I'm going to get off my soapbox on it, but every single child needs some type of schedule, yeah. Yes?
So what about when you have teachers who are like, but my kids know the schedule, because I get that all the time, and I'm like, okay, but they're 3, and yeah, they kind of know what comes next, but
you want it for the days that their schedule changes. So for the kids that do, yeah, by October, we've got that schedule memorized. Cool. But what about when there are schedule changes, which there are? Like, there have to be. That's when we need it. What about if they have a really bad day? What if they come into school, mom played pharmacist all weekend, and he got no meds, and he comes into school in a rough way? Then I want my schedule. If we've had a really bad behavior meltdown, then I want my schedule. If we have substitutes, if we have school picture day, art is canceled, that's why we still need that schedule there. And if in that moment of them being like, they know their schedule, I would say, great, that means it's time to upgrade the type of schedule they have, right? Then let's move away from a picture schedule. Let's do written. Let's do pictures that are on paper that we cross off. This is not the only type of schedule. There's like 50 different types of schedules we can have, right? So if when teachers tell me that, they don't need their schedule, I'm like, congrats! That means we're ready to upgrade. Cool. And then they're like, oh wait, actually, I think that one's good. Oh yeah, that's all. What were you gonna ask?
If you have a student that becomes fixated on a certain aspect of the schedule, like in the morning they have to do this, this, and this to get to that one point down here, they can't let that one point go.
Yeah.
You know?
So I think the great part about using a schedule and having one is that it gives us the opportunity to teach about changes. And dealing with schedule changes are really, really hard. Like, none of us like dealing with change that well. So that's a skill that has to be taught. And a lot of times, because we know it's going to be hard, we avoid it. So we make sure things are always the same. We flip out at the office when they cancel music and make them drag the custodian into music class so our schedule doesn't change, right? Because we don't want to rock the boat. And what happens with that, it's problematic because there are inevitably going to be changes, and they're going to be big, bad changes. It's going to be school picture day, a pep rally, an early dismissal, where we can't avoid the changes, and now they're super hard. So like in the instance of school picture day, not only do we have a schedule change, but we have to go to a new environment with new people, and that whole sensory experience is going to be very aversive. But first off, the whole leaving my schedule is very aversive. So I really encourage, and this is a hard pill to swallow because no one wakes up on Monday and they're like, you know what, I could use a good meltdown today. But we have to do that. Putting in your lesson plan, in your calendar, every single week, I'm going to change one thing on this child's schedule. And you could even prepare them. Hey, Sabrina, on Wednesday, there's going to be a schedule change. And we talk about that on Monday and Tuesday. When you come in on Wednesday, and it might just be that we always do circle time first, and then we do centers. Today, we're doing centers and then circle time. And you know there are some kids that would be on the floor. They would be dead. But at least you are working on that within the 4 walls of your room. You're not working on that in the auditorium at the pep rally. And you have all the supports you need. You have your staff there. And yeah, it's going to be hard those first few times, just like all new things are. But you keep doing it every week. So you practice that skill. You approach teaching that skill just like we would approach teaching math, with repetition, with reinforcement. We get them ready. We let them know what they're going to do. You're going to see the schedule change. Use a social story. We get them ready. Provide reinforcement when they are engaging in appropriate behaviors. And you dedicate that. Every week I'm doing that. And just one small thing. I've seen cool schedules where we put like a star item once a week, randomly on one day, and it could be a cool surprise. It could be a neutral surprise. Like it could be we get to watch a cartoon, or it could be an extra math worksheet. You don't know. Because that's life, you know? Like think about when Johnny's with mom and she says, hey, we're gonna go to GameStop later today, but I've gotta go to do these 3 errands, and she gets a flat tire, and we're not going to GameStop. And now mom's like contemplating 911 because Johnny's slipping out in the back seat, right? Like schedule changes will inevitably happen. That's why we have our schedules there. But I digress on the schedules. Everyone needs a schedule. Token economies. So this might be something you have in your classroom too. We want to note that. These are things our kids rely on. These are how we go from that consistent reinforcement to more delayed reinforcement. I want to show this one because this is one of my favorites for my little guys. This is not what we're talking about, but I love token economies. For my little guys, for my kids that really need something concrete, my favorite token economy is just cutting up the picture of the preferred item, giving a piece of that puzzle every appropriate response, every few minutes without a behavior, whatever it is, because it's super clear what you're getting. Because that's a hard thing with some of our kids that are maybe more severe and profound or have very limited language. It's really understanding the token economy. One of my clients was obsessed with the Wiggles, which you guys, the Wiggles are like the creepiest men ever. And I think they're like billionaires too. I mean, good for the Wiggles, but, so that's what we did. This thing was so trashed too. We had like 5 of these. Every few minutes that he was on task, he got a little picture of the Wiggles, a little piece of that puzzle. At the end, we looked it up on YouTube, right? I really like this one too. A preschool teacher sent me this one. She has this in the front of their class, and for a lot of preschoolers, the ultimate reinforcer is leaving because like they hate school, they want to go home where they get whatever they want. So they have the pieces of the school bus so the school bus grows as the day goes on, and they even put on the back the number and order of the pieces. So at 1:30 I put piece number 6, at 2:30 I put piece number 7, so the kids physically see the passage of time. I thought that one was really cool. So let's make a quick list here. And on activity 8 on your page, list out within your class. You might not be using all of these, and that's okay, but what supports do you already have set up that your kids need to be successful? Do you have schedules? Do you use social stories? Do you use First Then? Do you use simple language? List those out so you can be sure to incorporate the things that are relevant for that child into their IEP and their IEP goals. So let's take 3 or 4 minutes and list out the things that you are already using in your classroom. Okay, what things did you guys list out?
Well, the first is visual.
Visuals, right? But we almost kind of forget those, right? You're like, oh yeah, I do like most of it. We just forget. That's like part of our rooms. Well, thinking about how is that next teacher, how are other settings going to know what that child all needs to be successful if that's just the norm, right? Visuals. What else? Timers, physical boundaries. Yep. Routines. Transition. What'd you say?
Transition cards.
Transition cards. These are things that are sometimes so second nature to us, even like something like routines or the language we use. Like sometimes you can even tell like the language a special ed teacher or someone from that field or gen ed teachers that work with a lot of kids with special needs, the way we talk to a child is a little different, right? We're gonna innately use simple language that's more clear, more concrete, versus like, hey, why don't you guys come over here and let's get started, right? We've all been burned on the rhetorical questions too many times. Hey, Johnny, you wanna get started on your math test? Nope. I mean, you set yourself up for that one, right? No, it's first. Yeah, right? It's not an option. You want to go get on the bus? No. You are, right? All right, relevant. So same thing we talked about yesterday with relevant. This is functional. This is long lasting. Asking ourselves, just like we did yesterday with academics, how will attaining this goal make life better for this student? And this should be easy to answer with our behavior goals. How will decreasing aggression? How will increasing replacement behaviors? Like, duh. These are the things that are life changers. These are the things that make the big, big impact on not only kids, but their families, right? On the whole family unit. I had a client for a long time that engaged in any transitions, like out of the house or to new places, were super aversive, and he would gag and make himself throw up. And it was like, no, like, hey, let's push it to see how far it goes, because it would go all the way to throwing up. So what happened was, mom or dad always stayed home with him. Always. Because they didn't want him to gag and throw up. Of course, you don't want to see your kid throwing up. And we worked on that for a long time. It took 2 to 3 years to decrease that behavior. But I remember like sitting and sobbing on my phone, getting a picture of him and his brothers at Outback Steakhouse eating a bloomin' onion. And I was like, oh my God. And like my husband's like, why are you crying? I'm like, you don't understand, this is a huge deal. Because 3 years ago, and his mom was like, we never went out as a family. Right? So think about the impact that makes on that decrease of that problem behavior, not only on that kid, on that whole family, on his brothers. To never have your mom and dad together when you leave the house, never. Right? So when we work on these socially significant behaviors that majorly impact this whole family, I mean, you're changing this whole family's life. And I want that to like be motivational, because it's hard to do this all. So you want to see that like your why, your big picture of this is going to make a real change for this child and this family. So when we're thinking about long-lasting behavior, we want to, once we get success, we want to start fading out our systems, our prompts, and then we want to take those behaviors on the road. We want to see, okay, we've made life pretty good for Johnny, right? We've removed some triggers, we've given him some tools. What happens when some of those triggers come back? What happens when we fade some of these tools? We want to make sure that these behaviors work in other settings. So real world skill building, we want to model, we want to fade our prompts. We want to give opportunities for that real behavior change to happen, which sometimes means we have to create those opportunities. So fading prompts. Within our behavior plans, we're doing a lot of helping, right? When we talked about that phase 1, phase 2 of replacement behaviors. Phase 1, we're all up in it. Phase 2, we start fading, but we're still helping. We've still got token economies going. We still have other things we're adding in, but we want to gradually remove as much help as we can and as much problem solving as we do for our kids, because we want them to get to that point of independence. And yeah, this is like step 10 on our 10 steps, right? We got to do all this other stuff first, but at the end is when we really want to fade all our prompts. When we've really seen aggression, negative behaviors be removed, then we want to make sure we're totally losing our job and remove the rest of our prompts. This prompt guide, I think I didn't get a chance to show you this picture yesterday. This is in your Dropbox. This is a great one to print and share. So when we're fading prompts, using less intrusive prompts every day or week, but I think the big one is the wait time. Just wait and see if they can do it. Right? When the fire alarm goes off, and that's a big trigger for a lot of kids, before rushing over with your social stories and noise canceling headphones and all this, wait and see. Right? Can they handle it? Can they figure out what to do? Can they go get the noise canceling headphones themselves before us running in and solving the problem? So when we're fading those prompts, make sure this is a team endeavor, that we're all on the same page with removing these prompts, because we might be pulling that let's wait and see what happens, and our parents are like, why are you not helping? And they rush in and do it, right? And it's not because they're trying to screw us over, they just didn't know that was the plan. So we just want to make sure everyone's on the same page. So in the same idea, we want to create those independent opportunities. We want our kids to be problem solvers. And previously, when we were in the height of negative behaviors, problems tended to result in negative behaviors. It's how our kids learned how to cope through problems. So we've taught them to reduce those negative behaviors, new replacement behaviors, but now we want some more problems to pop up, to test them. And problem solving is not a skill you can memorize. We cannot demonstrate every single problem for our kids and have them memorize the response. In order to truly teach problem solving, you need to let your kids run into problems, which means you sometimes have to sabotage a little. We want to create that idea. If there's no conflict, there's no growth. So we want to create learning opportunities and potential opportunities for independence with our replacement behaviors. So what does this mean? This means Johnny's been working for the iPad. We give him the iPad, but it's password protected. And we don't rush in and go like, oh my God, Johnny, I'm so sorry, I didn't log in yet. Give him a minute. See if he'll ask. You give Johnny the wrong lunchbox. See if he asks for the right lunchbox. You give him the juice box, but no straw. Maybe it's a Capri Sun. There's no way you can open those things without a straw, right? You give missing materials. You give the paper, but no pencil, right? So often we're just setting up everything for our kids that they don't have the need to utilize their replacement communicative behaviors and ask for help and ask for the missing things and self-advocate. So create those learning opportunities, that sabotage. And this is a big one where you definitely got to get your team on board, because if you don't, your parents will think you've lost your damn mind and they will be running after you, fixing all the problems you've created. And they're like, oh my God, that's the wrong lunchbox. She forgot to give you a pencil. Let me put the straw in that.
I do everything for them.
Yep.
Is it like, I have one that thinks it's job security.
Yep.
If I don't do everything for him, he can't function. I'm like, but you're not always gonna be there. Right.
Your job is to lose your job. Yeah. And that's what you gotta keep. And I tell you, it's some of the hardest working individuals I know are chronic overprompters. But you want to really, it's a lot on staff training, on talking about the why this is important, and tracking how often we're helping, and really getting them on board. Like, you will never lose your job. There will always be new stuff we gotta work on. Right. Don't worry, once he can take his backpack off on his own, then we gotta work on this. So I think, and honestly, I think the best way with people that overprompt is to have them take data on it, because it gives them something to do with their hands, right? Take data on it. So once you have success in the classroom, you want to take this behavior on the road. Bring in the student to new settings with new people. Can we still maintain 0 levels of behavior in music class, in the gen ed, at recess, in the cafeteria, in different settings? So exposed to some of those real world contingencies that maybe you were avoiding. You know, if schedule changes are really hard, you're like, oh, I would never go to a pep rally because that messes up my schedule. Go to the pep rally, right? See what happens. Might be bad, but might be good too. And these are real world things that happen. And then write these into your goals. Student will demonstrate these behaviors in these different settings over this many days, or when something like this happens. When an unexpected change happens, student will, and then finish that up. So you can write this right into your goal. Okay, before we finish up our last one, let's take a quick break. We are almost done with our day today. So 2:15, let's come back at 2:30. We'll finish up our IEP goals, and then we'll go on to data sheets and staff training. Sorry, I had my hand down here. I was like, why is it doing that?
I just want to like, but he understood after.
Okay.
Like,
are we ready to power through our last hour?
I just want to.
Blah, blah, blah. And very good sitting, everyone. Okay, so SMART, our last letter, T, time bound. When are we doing these changes? Let's have a plan. This is a big one. How long will you wait until you change the strategies you are using? Because these things, as we've mentioned, take time to change. If this behavior's been working for 12 years for Johnny, we can't think like, by Friday it'll be gone. Right? So the data will tell you if it's not working. I want the data to tell you, not your opinion. Not this was too hard, this was annoying. I don't think he likes reinforcers. I don't think token economies are his thing. Let the data tell you that. Your ongoing behavior data is essential. It tells you if things are working or not. When you are taking consistent data and you see that things are not working, that's just as helpful as knowing that things are working. Because now you know, okay, I've got to change it. Something is not right. So you want, if your interventions are not working, you need to learn from it. So often we kind of stick with the same thing because we're like, well, I laminated this, I'm gonna use it. We get stubborn. We're like our own worst enemy sometimes. We're like, nope, this is my behavior management system. I don't care if it doesn't work for you. It's what we're doing this year. Because I bought this. It was $12. I bought this poster with these charts. So we want to learn from it. Just like we ask our kids to learn from their mistakes, we want to learn from our missteps. It's really not a misstep. It's just one way that didn't work. So we can review our ABC data. So remember, when we take ABC data, the point is to figure out the function, but it's our best guess. If we guessed wrong, no problem. Take more ABC data, try again. Maybe there was something you missed. Consider other potential reinforcers and combo reinforcers. Maybe this was attention and escape, not just escape. Examine other environmental contingencies. There are things that are just purely outside of our control. If there has been a big medication change, if a parent has moved into or out of the house, mom had a new baby, new siblings are living with us, we moved. Those are things that are totally outside of your control, right? Johnny is coming to you with all this stuff going on at home, and we're in the middle of like, we're gonna change all these behaviors. He's like, I can't even deal with you. I got a whole bunch of stuff I'm dealing with at home. So think about what environmental contingencies are outside of your control. Then you may want to spend more time building up the replacement behavior. Remember we talked about phase 1 and phase 2? You can always go back to phase 1. After winter break, after a long weekend, after just a rough week, go back to phase 1 for a day. All good all the time. Get that buy-in again, then go back to delay and denial. You also want to think about your perceptions and treatment drift. So when we've been working with the same student for a long time, it's easy to have preconceived notions. So how many years do you guys have your students? You said like 3, 4? Sometimes way longer, seems like longer. So when you have a long history with a student, it's easy to kind of just assume things about them. Oh, Johnny, he's got a ton of attention behaviors, that's what they all are, right? So it's easy to have those preconceived notions and really miss some things that might be staring you in the face. So you want to be willing to be wrong, but also be willing to ask for help. And this can mean ask for help from someone that has nothing to do with your classroom or special ed. Sometimes it's just really hard to take a bird's eye view. So maybe ask a teacher down the hall, 5th grade teacher, hey, can you come at your prep for just 10 minutes and just see if I'm missing something with this kid? Just watch. Right? And you're like, oh God, I can't do that. That'd be so weird. Why? Why would that be weird? Right? Maybe there's something you're missing. One of my teachers last year had a student with really high frequency running, sprinting out the hall, like this kid. I mean, he's gonna be an Olympian. And when I went into her, she had just moved classrooms because the school moved to a new building, and she had all of her visual schedules right next to the door. She's a great teacher, great teacher. She just could, I was like, hey, Sarah, why don't we move the schedules like anywhere but not next to the door? Because he checks his schedule like 30 times a day, and the door's right there. Right? And she was so like frustrated with herself. She's like, oh, how did I not know that? That's just like where the schedule seemed like they should go. Because we don't see things when we're part of it, when we just have these like kind of preconceived notions of what's going on. So let's do a quick little activity here together. So there's an effect called the Stroop effect in the world of psychology that's related to selective attention. So it's our brain's ability to respond to certain environmental stimuli while ignoring others. You want to make sure that you aren't ignoring stimuli in your child's environment and making wrong assumptions. So we're going to do this together. we're going to say the name of the color that the word is written in. Okay? Everyone get it? Ready, go. No, you guys are doing it wrong. You're not reading it. Blue, purple. Okay. I know. You're like, this is so easy. It's been a long day. All right, let's start over. Okay. Ready, set, go. Blue, purple, green,
yellow, red, blue, brown, purple,
faster, guys. Faster. So yeah, the browns aren't turning up. Who did all of them perfect?
I don't even understand the direction.
You're saying the name blue, purple. The brown is not showing up.
What color?
You're not reading the words. You're saying the name of the color. But it's hard because it's hard to ignore the word, right? It's hard to look at this word purple and say red, right? Your brain is like, no, purple, 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 but you're like,
First one is blue, the second one is what?
it's purple. It's, you know what,
Purple, it was red.
What?
It was red to me.
Look at the other red ones. They're different than the red below.
Purple is red. And the second line.
Doesn't work if you do it.
Purple.
See, that is red, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's red.
Yeah. So this projector is just a little. If you see on my screen, they are the right colors, guys. But you get the idea, right? So it's hard to turn our brain off on certain things. Same thing happens with treatment drift. We talked about this earlier today and yesterday. We have this little skill that I like to call special ed nose blind. Do you guys remember these like Febreze commercials? Right?
Yeah.
We think it smells fine, but others smell this. And I don't mean the smell. We think our room is going real well. We think behaviors have decreased and things are awesome. And other people walk in our class and they're like, whoa. And they might be right. We just got used to it. People are like, do you hear that? And you're like, no. You're like, you don't hear that blood-curdling scream that's happening all hours of the day? Like, no, I actually don't. Right? And it's funny because we've literally all been there, and it's what keeps us in our jobs. It's not a bad skill, guys. It's great. But we need that data to know if things are actually changing or not. And so what happens unintentionally is treatment drift. We have a plan. Every time a scream happens, this is what I'm doing. But soon you're like, that wasn't quite blood-curdling. That scream wasn't that loud. We unintentionally or in an unplanned way shift our intervention because we get used to things. So if our interventions aren't working, it might mean because we've changed the way we're using our intervention. So, review our SMART IEP goals. Specific. We are defining our problem behavior. Measurable. We are using our duration, our frequency, our interval to not only do that ABC data, but to continue that ongoing behavior data to see progress being made. Achievable, we want things that are age appropriate, and then relevant, identify and include all the supports our kids currently need, and time bound. So thinking about how we can make this long lasting, and how we can make this go over time, and how we can make those changes when we need to, if we need to switch up our strategies, how we know if things are or are not working. So utilizing our IEP goals in the classroom, just like with our academic data, this is our backbone and our guiding force for our behavior plans. Positive behavior change comes from data collection on well thought out behavior goals, not will increase on task behavior by 80%. Just 80%, because, right, I don't want to do too much here. We'll decrease negative behavior by 50%. Who knows what that means? So make sure it's well thought out and makes sense. So let's shift gears now. We talked about writing our behavior goals, defining our behavior, taking that ABC data, ongoing behavior data, all that good stuff. Let's talk about our data systems, what they look like, our data sheets, and how we're working on these with our whole team. So some overall behavior data setup One, we want it super simple here. This is where those overcomplicated, complicated, beautiful data binders are gonna kill us. Because if we aren't using those during academics, we sure as heck aren't using those after a meltdown, right? We're not flipping through something, trying to find the right page. We want to keep it in a very central location, and we have to involve the whole team. This is not just the teacher, this is everyone on board here. So one, our data sheets. For a frequency count, leave a simple spot for your tallies, for your click counters, maybe track multiple behaviors on one page, possibly incorporate this into your academic data system. Maybe use abbreviations. We talked about this yesterday in our data sheets. Use abbreviations or circling if that's easier and that's possible. Embed a charting component onto your data sheet. This data sheet is one of my new favorite ones. This is in your Dropbox. So this data sheet, I've got to have this planner in here that I just used. So this has the time period that you're defining. Here's a problem behavior, your time period. You put all of your behaviors in, how often they're happening, and then right on the bottom of this is a little component to chart it on there. So right on that data sheet, after you put 925, there were 5 behaviors, you go right to the bottom and put 925, 5 behaviors. So there's no extra Excel situation, it's just right on the data sheet that you're able to see, okay, after we put our intervention in, yeah, we're seeing a nice decrease in those behaviors. This one is in your Dropbox and editable as well. Organizing our data. So I'm not going to go too much into the data sheets because you've got a ton in your Dropbox that we should be able to utilize those. Don't start from scratch. Use those ones, edit them, change them, make them functional and appropriate for your kids. All the ABC data sheets are in there as well. So organization. The goal is it's easy to find and easy to use. So when a problem behavior happened or it just happened, you can find your data sheet quickly, and then on that data sheet, you can find the section you need quickly. So there shouldn't be too much going on. It should be real straightforward. I like things on clipboards here because we don't have to flip through pages. I like Velcroing the clipboard to the wall and then going one level more crazy, Velcro the pencil to the clipboard. Because again, can't take data without the pencil, right? Tie it to the top, whatever you gotta do. This is a nice way to make it accessible for everyone that we can move it around during the day with when the student goes. Maybe it's by student schedule. So every time we check the schedule, it's right there that we can kind of check in, put plus minuses, add any notes that we have to note. Wherever we're really going frequently with that student would be a good spot for it to be. Store old data sheets away. We want this to be real simple, clutter-free. If you have a whole big stack of data sheets on top and then you gotta find the current one, it's sometimes literally flipping through a few pages is the make or break on taking data or not taking data. So maybe every Friday you put that week's data sheets in a file or somewhere else. So that week it's fresh, there's something new. If it's appropriate, maybe you want to keep it in something closed. You're like, oh, something on a board, a clipboard on the wall. You know, students will be looking at it. You know, that would kind of impede on confidentiality. Then have that in kind of a closed clipboard. Have that in a binder. Have that somewhere where other students won't see it. So you do want to consider, especially with our older kids, confidentiality. Or just throughout the day, if you're like, handling a data sheet is not going to happen, use scrap paper, Post-its, whatever you got to do. And then at the end of the day, go put all of that data in your data sheet at the end of the day. So with our teams, let's take a quick minute here. What is the biggest challenge with staff training on behavior plans and therefore behavior data? What? Getting them to work on it with you?
A lot of times. No, I say a lot of times what they do, they're just handing them the bit instead of training them.
Yes.
So we have now started where they have to sign a form saying not only did they receive it, they received training.
Yep. Yeah, handing someone a bit is not being trained on a bit, right? Especially handing like the bit from the IEP that's like 12 pages, like, it's like, oh, that's so funny, you think I'm gonna read that? No way.
They're buying their time constraints.
Yes. One of the hardest parts about training our staff and managing our team is time. Absolutely. What else?
consistency from all your team members. You know, you can't expect one TA to do it and then the next one who's working with that child not to do it.
Yep.
Or it's not consistent.
Yeah, we want everyone to be on board, not just the people that work really hard, right? And you know, sometimes when we're thinking about how we're staffing our classroom, I say this a lot with the para that's really strong. They're like, oh, you can handle the hard kid. And they're like, dang it, I don't want the hard kid every day, right? I need a break. You know, if you have kids that need more one-on-one attention, you rotate. You know, you don't have that kid every day. Maybe it's every week someone different is with that kid. So it's not always one person, it's everyone. And as the teacher, you should be willing to do absolutely every single thing you ask your staff to do too. So if they have a day or a week with that kid, so do you. You know, we're all rotating here on this. What else is challenging with training staff on behavior plans?
Fidelity.
Fidelity, yeah.
We have some that you just wouldn't do everything for the child.
Yep.
Or if you don't do that, really?
Yeah. In general, I think staff training is really, really hard because I've yet to find an undergrad SPED program or a master's SPED program that touches on staff training at all, right? So we show up in our jobs and we're like, wait, what? We have to manage adults? No. That's why I went into teaching children. I want to work with children. And they're like, no. You have to manage adults too. And we're like, no. If I wanted to manage adults, I would have been in another field that made a lot more money and a lot less hassle. But as a special ed teacher, a big part of the job is managing our team. And it is not fun. Also, I've been on the other end of it. It's not fun to be on a team that isn't managed, where you're like, what are my expectations? When do you want me to do this? I'm supposed to guess. That's not fun being on the other end. So staff training is something I'm super, super passionate about. If you listen to any of my stuff, I talk about staff training a lot because I think this is the make or break, not only to a successful classroom, but to successful behavior plans because we need our whole team on board. So some obstacles, common obstacles I hear. No common planning time, like you said, time constraints, for sure, huge obstacle. I hear this all the time, I don't have the time. I'd love to staff train, I don't have the time. A big one that we haven't talked about, your mindset. It's weird, it's uncomfortable. My staff has been in the field longer than me, so it's weird if I tell them what to do. You're not telling them what to do, we're working together. And taking away time from other things. If I spend time staff training, I'm losing all this other time on all of these other things. So first obstacle, where's the time? Very rarely do I go into a school that on a silver tray has common staff planning time for that team. They're like, you know what? Every Monday from 2:30 to 3, you'll all be paid, but there'll be no children in here, and you can have a team meeting. You do? See? It's rare. It's rare.
Wednesdays, not Mondays.
Awesome. If you have that, golden. We don't always have that, right? It's golden. It doesn't happen often. So, if we don't have that, everyone's like, where do you work, right? Yeah, 2 things we want to do. We want to find time outside of the school day and or find time within the school day. So first one, find time outside of the school day. Ask your administrator. They might say no, and that's okay, but they also might say yes. Say, hey, is there extra money in the budget for once a quarter you to pay my staff to stay after for a half an hour? And they might say, that's hilarious, get out of my office. They might say yes, right? You never know. At the worst, you look dedicated to your job, and they say no. That's it. But ask. Shoot your administrator an email and say, can once a quarter, once a month, because if your staff is staying after school, they better be paid. I don't want anyone stayed after when they're not being paid. And I get it. Many staff have responsibilities bell to bell, or they're paid only while the students are in the building. I get all of those contingencies. Other things, PD days, days when there are no kids. Advocate for that time, because that time gets stolen if you don't, right? You come in, and they're like, oh, all of the paras have to go do this. So ahead of time, and I always tell teachers this when we're coming up on those back to school days, in the summer, email your administrator. Such a sweet, respectful, nice email. I'm so looking forward to the school year. It's going to be amazing. Hope you had a great summer. I'm thinking about those first 3 days back. When can I have time in those 3 days to sit down with my team for an hour? I'd love to have that time. When can I have that? Right? Just to put that on their radar. Again, they might say no, but they might say yes. And in the way you word that email, did you notice how I phrased that? When can I have the time? Not can I have the time. Semantics are important, right? So think about that. Next, maybe not Monday, because it's coming up soon, but PD day after that. You know, I have some things I'd love to work on my staff with. We have some behavior plans we have to do some training on. On this upcoming PD day, when can I anticipate to have 45 minutes with my team? Right? Again, they might say no, but they might say yes. So ask. Be respectful, but ask. And then our other way we're going to look for training time is within the school day. So, and this is part where people feel like weird and wrong and all that stuff. Give your kids iPad, break time, puzzles, computer, whatever, for 20 minutes every Friday and sit down with your team. Every Friday at 1:30. The kids are in the room, they're playing. Because guess what? On Friday at 1:30, no one wants to do anything. They don't. You're not like having major IEP breakthroughs on Fridays at 1:30. So give them rec leisure, which is totally natural and normal. Give them playtime and sit down with your staff and have 20 minutes where you meet together. And you're like, oh my God, I know, but they're losing IEP minutes. That is not how you should view that. You are not taking away instructional time. You're actually giving your class more instructional time. Because when you spend one-on-one face time with your team, you are creating more teachers. You are replicating yourself. So your team is going to follow through in the exact same way you are. You're giving your kids more instructional minutes in the long run. So you're not taking time away, you're giving them more time. So not only thinking about this time to just train and talk about behavior plans, and we didn't get too much into this yesterday on academics, but the same way within our centers, within our academics. For 1 month of the school year, maybe in September, you set up your centers, you have teacher time, you have fluency, you have guided reading, all these cool things. For 1 month at one of the center that you are supposed to be at, you're supposed to run teacher time. Every time your kids come there, they do puzzles and easy work and adapted books and color, and you are sitting every single week with a different para helping them run their station for a whole month. You're like, oh my God, but a whole month they'd lose my time? Yes, but the rest of the year, your paraprofessionals are running those programs exactly the way you would, collecting academic data, making database decisions, implementing those programs just like you would. Like you're multiplying their minutes of instruction in the long term. But sometimes we feel like, one of my preschool teachers, she doesn't put herself in the schedule until November. She's like, I've got assessments, I've got staff training, I've got all this stuff. She's not a fixture in the schedule until then. Because she's like, gotta get everything ready. And then we're good to go. So another thing that holds us back, besides our time, is our mindset. Because as we were not prepared necessarily, no one told us that training adults was part of the job. It's like a secret surprise when you start. They're like, oh, guess what? Part of your job is managing adults. So we feel weird. We're like, this feels so uncomfortable. The idea of that 1:30 Friday meeting, I sit and they all stare at me. What am I supposed to tell them? Oh, they might think I'm weird. It'll be uncomfortable. They've worked here longer than me. That's your problem. My really non-sugar-coated advice here is just to get over it. You have to get over it. We ask our kids to do hard things every single day. You have to do hard things too. It'll be weird and uncomfortable the first Friday because it's new, and then the next Friday it's fine. So if that is your holdup, is that like, I don't know, this is gonna be weird, get over it. You'll be fine. And you have to. That's the only way to get over it. These are limiting beliefs. This is not going to move your team forward. These are not going to move your kids forward, your behavior plans, your success. Because the real success is going to be coming when you guys work collaboratively. And it's worth the time. Like I said, you're multiplying yourself. You are giving more minutes of instruction, more minutes of the behavior plan run correctly to your kids when you spend time on staff training. So, staff training, what do we do at this time? We found the time, we've gotten over ourselves and our mindset, we have this meeting, we have a new behavior plan, what do we do? So there was a worksheet yesterday that I showed very briefly on behavior skills training, which is in your Dropbox, excuse me. This is my mantra when we are doing staff training. Behavior skills training is an evidence-based approach. This is what you follow. Explain, model, rehearse, feedback. And then you wash, rinse, repeat until it works. So this is not like I do this once and it should be good. I follow these steps until the behavior plan is run exactly how I would run it. So in how this goes is explain is first, you explain the behavior plan, not just hand it. You sit down and you talk about the behavior plan. I would highly recommend writing a cheat sheet. You're not handing a 12-page behavior plan. Do I have a picture of the flow charts? In your Dropbox, one of the files in there are behavior plan flow charts. No, I don't have a picture. That's what I typically use for this step for behavior plans, is the behavior plan flow chart, because it's the whole behavior plan on one page in simple language, and there's a bunch of templates in there for you to use. So we sit down, we talk about it. I want questions. If this doesn't make sense to you, ask me now. Because I do not want you to ask me in situ when a kid is mid-tantrum, and you're like, why can't I just give him the iPad? Because I'm going to snap at you then. But right now, yeah, please ask me, why can't we give him the iPad in the middle of the tantrum? And let's talk about it. Let's, like things we've talked about, let's talk about why helping too much is a bad thing. Let's talk about why tokens aren't bribery. Let's go through all the whys and get all the objections out of the way. So we're explaining, then we're modeling. So this might be some role play, and yep, role play is weird, uncomfortable, cool, get over yourself. Let's practice. You pretend to be the kid, this is how I give the tokens, this is how I do planned ignoring. Practice. And then rehearse. And this is best then when it's done in situ. And tell them, hey, next time Johnny engages in behaviors and you're with him, I'm gonna watch you to make sure we're doing it the right way. And it's not like I'm gonna watch you because I wanna catch you, it's like, we've gotta be consistent. So, and give them a heads up so they don't think you're being creepy. Next time you're doing this, I'm gonna watch you just so you know, because I wanna make sure we're all implementing the behavior plan the same way. And then give that feedback. Give the positive feedback about how great they did. Find any corrections here. You know, actually, I think it would have been better if you gave that token right away, because you waited a little too long, then he engaged in a problem behavior, and then you gave him the token, so we're actually reinforcing the problem behavior. Don't shy away from the corrective statements because we don't want someone to not like us. Provide that error correction there, and then keep doing this until everyone is following the behavior plan the right way. And yes, this is a lot of work, but we didn't say this was going to be easy, right? Real behavior change takes work, and it takes time. So find that time outside of school, within school, review your behavior definitions, review your whys, review the data sheets, practice with the data sheets, practice with the ABC data sheet. What is a behavior? What isn't a behavior? What are we counting? What aren't we counting? Allow for questions and feedback, and if you have the time, role play and discuss, hey, yesterday, Johnny did this. This is how I would have taken data on it. So use those real situations with your students. With your data then, break up the day. We talked about this earlier with ABC data. Have it be, you know, during these time frames, this child you will take data. During these time frames, you will take data. So it truly is that team endeavor, not like you're just here to do the stuff I don't want to. I love this schedule. So this schedule is from a therapeutic school, and most kids are one-on-one, real extreme behaviors, but all of the staff names, so there's 5 staff members in this class, and it looks like chaotic when you first look at it, right? But all the staff members are on the top, and they rotate every week. They move everyone over one, so it's totally fair who's with who. It is super clear who's in charge of each child. Yep, Sam is in charge of Matthew for these classes, Matt and Evan for these classes. It's really, really clear who's in charge of what child. So if Evan runs out the room and Gina's like, hey, Olivia, I thought you had him. They're like, nope, you're on the schedule, right? We want it to be really clear who's in charge of each child at every point of the day. So make that data meaningful. I think one of the main ways that we can really get buy-in is to involve our team in that last part, the analyzing, the why. Hey, come over here. You took ABC data all week. Awesome work. That was so great. Let me show you what I think I found on the ABC data. Did you notice that there's always a demand? Like, show them, talk through with them so they think that the data actually means something. If they take data all week and then you shove it in a file, they're like, well, what was the point of that? So involve them in that why is going to help really get that buy-in. some overall staff training tips. One, make sure it's doable. So everything we've talked about, you should be doing everything you expect your staff to do. So if you're like, hey, take him to recess, take actually the whole class to recess, bring this data binder, take frequency data, take duration data, good luck. No way, right? You want to make sure first that it's actually doable, and then follow your own rules. Your staff should see you taking data every day. If you expect them to take data every day, you should absolutely be taking data every day. And really make it meaningful. When we have a day when we're taking that ongoing behavior data, and we're consistently seeing 10 behaviors, 15 behaviors, 12 behaviors, and we have a day that there are 3 behaviors, oh my gosh, involve them. Look at this is amazing, our interventions are working. Make a big deal about that, right? That this is why we're taking data, so we can see these little changes. And share those victories. Like, hey everyone, coffee's on me tomorrow. We only had 3 behaviors today. Because they're the ones that get what a big deal that is when that happens. So our last section, the why. What next? So let's talk about charting our data, analyzing our data, and making those database decisions. So just like our academic data, like we talked about yesterday, with everything we're doing, and this hopefully is way more embedded into this type of data, there has to be a reason beyond I should. Like it shouldn't be like, oh, Sasha came here, told me all about this data stuff, and I think I should take data. We should be taking data because it's going to help us select interventions and use interventions that cause behavior change. This should be embedded right into this whole thing, and I'm hoping everyone wants a decrease in negative behaviors, right? So we take data because it lets us know if things are working, it shows our progress, and it shows us what to do next. So if you struggle, like we talked about yesterday, with utilizing that data, put it in your schedule. Set a reminder, put a reminder in your phone, put it in your lesson plans to review behavior data to make sure things actually aren't getting worse or things are just staying the same and you haven't noticed. So with that analyzing decision, again, that's should I carry on, move on, or change? Continue on means data's improving, but we're not at 0 yet. So we think we're on the right intervention, but we're not quite at 0. So basically, we're seeing a decreasing trend. We're seeing less and less behaviors, but we still have some instances. Then let's continue on. We should move on when we've eliminated the negative behavior. We're at 0. Huge party, right? Replacement behaviors everywhere, negative behaviors are gone. So what do? We want to start, like we talked about, that functional piece. We want to start pulling away our prompts. We want to take that behavior on the road, make sure it's happening in different settings with different people. When do we change? When we look at our data and we see no decreasing, when it's super variable, some days it's really low, some days the behavior is really high, it's kind of all over the place. We want to kind of change, we want to go back to our ABC data and reassess. So we want to look at maybe treatment drift. Have we switched the intervention? Did we get it wrong on the function? So look back at your ABC data or do more ABC data. So it's kind of what we talked about earlier when those interventions aren't working. What do we do next? Talked about treatment drift already. So charting data, like we talked about earlier this morning and yesterday, this is a nice way to give that visual component to behavior change. I've seen parents be totally uninterested in a behavior plan, and we pull out a chart, and suddenly it makes sense. Something's graphed. You can visually see what's going on. You're like, oh, okay. Because looking at a long line of numbers, which typically are numbers that means your child is not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So it's like, yeah, cool, I know my kid is engaging in these things. Please don't show me how many times. But if I'm pulling out a graph that's like, hey, yeah, but look, it's going down. Okay. Right? A lot of us are visual learners. I like to see things in a visual way. So we're going to do one activity together now on Google Forms again with charting ongoing behavior data. So like we talked about earlier, super, super easy. And you or your paras can input information onto the form, and then Google will do the work of organizing it for us, of graphing it for us, and we'll look all professional and amazing. We didn't even have to do that much work. All right. So what we're going to chart here, and again, don't feel like you have to write everything down. I have a bunch of YouTube tutorials on this. So here's Johnny. His problem behavior is shouting out in class, profanity, disrespectful comments, and inappropriate noises, everyone's favorite. The time period is the length of one period, 46 minutes. So first, let's add Johnny's baseline data. So I'm going to go over to my forms, and we're going to start from the beginning. So Johnny's behavior data. And this is going to be a super simple form, which means it's going to be really easy to make. So we've got the date. Let's grab his problem behavior definition here. Here's his problem behavior. We've got the date required. And then we're going to put number of shouting out occurrences. How do you spell occurrences? There we go. Number of shouting out occurrences. Oops. Every time we do a number, sorry, it's hard to hear me. Every time we do a number, there we go. Every time we want to use a number, and this kind of goes with academic data as well, anytime you want to do a number, click short answer, and then if you put number in the description like we showed earlier, it will automatically add response validation. So response validation makes this so it has to be a number. If someone writes in a hell of a lot, it's not going to be allowed to be submitted, okay? So we're requiring this. So right now we want to know how many shouting out occurrences happened. So we're going to send this out to all of our coworkers. He's in all kinds of different periods of class, so I want all these people to be submitting this for me. So it's super simple here. There's only two things we're looking at. So I'm going to add my baseline data first before our intervention. We got first day. You could put in multiple days if you wanted. We could have even fine-tuned this and put which period, but I'm going to keep it simple. All right, last one. All right, so we've got our baseline data. So let's go back to our form. Our responses are in there. Now here, it's not going to be that helpful. We're like, why do we do all this to see a bunch of numbers? We're going to click on spreadsheet, create a new spreadsheet. You only have to do this once, okay? This exists now forever. I'm going to click these guys. Again, you only have to do this once. I'll show you in a minute how this updates. And we are going to make this a chart and make that a line chart. Okay? And I don't like this over here. I'm gonna put it in its own tab. Okay? So now I can see the chart and the responses. Okay? So now we see, okay, we're seeing a lot of behaviors, around 20 to 30. We're gonna implement our intervention. Let's go add some more data. So now we've got some more data to add. We're using the same page.
And that'll be on your what do you call it? OneDrive or what?
Google Drive.
Okay.
Yep. So if you go to Google Drive and then you'll click on Add Form.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go back and show you in a second where that is. So I'm going to add all my dates here. go pretty quick to add all these. You could easily add them all at the end of the week or the end of the day, and does not take very long. Okay, so now we're going to go back. We see all of our 12 responses, but what's most important is see this all updated. We didn't have to make a new spreadsheet. It's all there, and this chart updated. We didn't have to make a new chart. It just all keeps adding on. So now we see, okay, here's where our baseline was with everything really high. Look, our intervention is working. We see our behaviors decreasing. So this is not a lot of extra work as far as the time it takes to make the form, but imagine coming to a conference with mom and dad, coming to a conference with administrators, with case managers, with gen ed teachers being like, this is why I want you to implement this intervention. Look at this. We started yesterday out talking about how our data is going to be more important than our opinions. We started out today saying we all wanted the mechanic to clip their laptop to our new car and tell us what was wrong. People want to see this. They don't want to be like, oh, don't worry, this intervention will definitely work. No, it's, look, don't worry, it does work. And here's the graph. And it really doesn't take that long to do. I mean, we started this from scratch, and then we added 2 weeks worth of data, and that took less than 5 minutes. So when you go to Drive, if you just Google Drive, and then you go to it, just go to New, More, Form. You guys, I promise, it's so easy. Any other questions on Google Forms? The adding it to that spreadsheet too is what I really like, because we only did that one time, right? We clicked this, and then it all comes here. We can keep adding data for weeks and weeks and weeks. This is going to keep populating. We never have to make a new form again. We never have to make a new chart again. This just keeps going. Have I intrigued anyone?
Can you go back and do that one more time? Go to
Yeah.
Google Drive.
Yep.
And then
Google Drive. Here, look, we're just going to start over. We're just going to go to Google, okay? Google Drive. Click on Google Drive. Go to Google Drive. New, More, Forms. Right? We click on that, and that's where we started. We name it, we add our questions. Guys, it's so easy, right?
Okay, so
You want me to do anything again?
if you have it on your app,
Yeah?
can you do it that way?
Yep.
So because like I'm in Google Drive right now.
Yep.
So where would I?
Let me see on my app.
Oh, look, there are files. Okay. Files on here, I didn't even know I did. Okay, so then.
You find it? So, I mean, literally all of your team is going to have a smartphone, right? You can access this on your smartphone. I'll show you guys the one we just made. I'll pull it up right here so you can believe me. Let's search Johnny. I have a million Johnny things because he's my makeup student name. Look at Johnny's chart that we just made right here on my phone. Johnny's mom shows up. She's all mad. I'm getting a lawyer. I hate you all. I'm suing you all. You're like, hold on, Johnny's mom. Let's see exactly where Johnny's data is. It's on my phone right here. We just made this. It's already on my phone, right? So let's say I want to add another thing. We had a bad day. Let me find Johnny's data. Johnny's behavior data.
You can't make the form on the app, can you?
No, you need to make the form on the desktop.
Okay, okay.
But you can submit it. So here's the form we made.
Okay.
So, okay, I'm about to leave, and you know what? I forgot. I was going to do it on my school computer. I totally forgot. So I'm going to add another date. I'm going to add October. Oh, you can make it on here because I'm in the edit mode here. You just have to open it into Safari.
Okay.
So you can submit the new data in here. Any other Google form questions? While
So
I
when
have
you
you.
make it, you just share it like you would share a Google Doc with someone?
Yep, it's just a link. Yep, and people don't have to have a Google account, right? So you can just send them the link, they'll click on the link, and what will open is this. This opens when you send them the link. Oops. Not bad.
You send it to their email?
You could send it to their email, you could text it to them, you could do something else, weird messenger I don't know about. Send it in an Instagram DM, that would be weird, but you could. And then that's what they're gonna see. So they're not gonna see all that complicated behind the scenes stuff. So if once you set it up, you send this to all the paras, all they're seeing is this. And this 10 is in here because I just accidentally did that on my phone. Right? So that's all they're seeing. So if I were to email myself this link on my phone, this is what I would see on my phone too. Any last lingering questions?
If they make an error on the submit and it's like.
You can go back and delete it.
Once it comes to me, call like I didn't put PM instead of AM.
Yeah, go back delete it. So I could just go right here. So they're like, oh my gosh, this one I did on 10/25, that was totally wrong. We had the worst day ever. It was actually 45. Cool. Now it's at 45. And that chart just keeps updating, right? Just I didn't have to do anything. Let's just put it back to 5. It's back. Right? So who is intrigued and wants to try this? Oh, I got more of you this morning. It's not scary.
Did you create the graph separately or when you?
Yeah, I'll show you again.
You click chart, it did it on its own.
So I'll delete it and I'll show you again. Yep, we're deleting it because we can do it again. You really can't mess anything up. So I'm going to select what I want a chart to be made, and I'm going to do insert.
You only select that one row?
Yeah,
that one column?
whatever you want it to be, and it'll keep, if we add more things under there, it'll keep updating. So I'm selecting that chart, and then I decided I didn't like it on this tab, so I'm gonna cut it, add a new tab, name that tab chart, and then I'm gonna paste. Oops. And now it's right there. Okay, where did I lose you? No, I accidentally opened a new tab. Here, I'll do it again. Okay, I'm doing it again. Okay. So I'm selecting what I want to be a chart. Insert. Chart. You can keep it there if you want. To me, it feels like always like a lot going on. So I'm gonna cut. So I'm on my computer, I'm doing Command X. Okay. I'm clicking add a sheet. I'm renaming the sheet chart. Clicking in here, and then Command V is paste. So now it's right there. And then this lives on. This keeps updating. And now if you're like, well, where did this spreadsheet go? Where do I find it? This spreadsheet was in the same folder that you made this. So here's where we made Johnny's behavior data. This purple one is the form. We made this at 318. Right next to it at 321, we made Johnny's behavior data the responses. So let's say I close out the tab and I'm like, oh no, where did it go? It's right there. We can reopen it. Everything's still there. Chart's still there. Delete that guy.
Can you make a chart from part of the data? So like if you want to show, okay, so through the school year, through these 4 months, but then I want to show just after Christmas break.
Yeah, Mom's like, you know what?
It's done good, but like after Christmas break, if you look at the whole thing, it doesn't show much change.
So let's say Christmas break. And I just want these dates.
I like those dates.
Insert chart. Now it's only those dates. I'm going to cut. Paste. Come back and delete it. I don't want it on there. And now it's just on Christmas break.
Now, what if you add more data after that on your other thing? Is it going to change that or no?
Let's see. No. It's because there wasn't a blank one at the bottom. Like when we did this before, there was that blank, like we did this and there was a blank one. And when we did it with just that section, there wasn't a blank one. So it's just sticking with that. The one thing you can't do that's a little tricky that you might want to is add like a phase change. Like sometimes I think, oh, it'd be nice to put like a line here. You can always insert like an image, like a line, but it will move as you add more data. But again, you don't need that. Like, you could show, hey mom, this is our chart. See these 3 high days? That was our baseline. We implemented our intervention right here. That's where we see things go really well and start decreasing.
We just gotta play with it.
Yeah, just play around with it. You know what I think?
That on Excel.
Yeah.
It's not.
I think the fear is like, exactly. You're like, but I don't save it. I don't want to click the wrong thing. I don't want to. What? I gotta save it. You don't have to save it.
It always saves. I learned
It always saves.
My problem with that has
on
been,
Gmail, yes, on Google.
I go in and pull up something and I change something in it, but I forgot to like I needed the original one also.
But you're usually not deleting things. We're usually just adding. You know.
Somewhere in the history would be your original.
Yeah, and also we're rarely like, I don't want to. You're rarely gonna like delete data, right? You're like, oh, these 5 weeks didn't exist. Like, we're not gonna do that. So I mean, it's pretty. I promise you guys, it's pretty hard to mess up. Yes, I have like 5 or 6 on YouTube. Yeah. The what?
On that Dropbox, the tiny URL.
Oh yeah.
No, it can't get in.
Dropbox isn't working?
I thought it was just me, the first one.
I was able to get into Dropbox.
Okay.
The link of that.
Let's try it again.
You did it yesterday too, right? You got
Yeah.
the link? Yeah. I did it today.
Did it work?
Yeah.
Here, let me give it to you guys again.
I know. And more like.
Okay. UNF 59RY. There we go. Yeah. So tinyurl.com/UNF59RY. Get it now?
You have to type that.
You have to type tinyurl.com/UNF59RY. Oh my god, there's like 1 million ads on this thing. Here. No, it won't go away. Dropbox will live forever. Okay. You get it now? Can we also email it, maybe email it out to everybody too? Okay, then they'll email it out as well. Yeah, okay.
You said on here is where you have those tutorial videos on.
No, so if you want to go to the tutorial videos, just go to YouTube and search the Autism Helper, and then click on the Autism Helper, and search Google Drive, Google Forms. Yeah, I'll show you that as well, and then we'll finish up our day. So if you go to YouTube and search the Autism Helper, click on me, and then here. Oops. Search Google Form. And there's a bunch of different videos here. There's basics, analyzing student data with line graphs, and ABC data. Yeah? Cool. Okay, our last thing of the day, guys, is our post test. Woohoo!
And then we do have something that we need everyone to say.
Second to the last thing of the day.
For TEA.
And if you have any questions with Google Drive or Google Forms, just email me. My email's on the last page of the slides. just shoot me an email and be like, oh my God, I thought I had it, and then I set it up like this, and you can share your slide with me, your form with me. Send me the link, and we'll figure out what went wrong or what isn't working. Because sometimes it's just something little. So feel free to shoot me an email. Okay, everyone got their phones out. Like a game show host right now. Kahoot.it, our PIN 5866255. And for the clinicians and those of you that consult and provide consultation services to teachers, the Google Forms, I mean, that can be a huge game changer too, as far as working remotely with people. Hey, take some data these 3 days, put it in Google Forms, I can check in on it and see. And people will be scared and oh yeah, no, but when they see, all I gotta do is click date and how many, it really is a nice way to be able to do that. Okay, start. You should prioritize what you collect behavior data on. True or false? False. Take data on everything. Great. True. Those 4 people, good luck. Taking data on everything. Behavior definitions should be observable and measurable. False or true? A tricky order again. True. Awesome. Look at that, 100%. I feel like there are a few of you on Facebook right now pretending to participate. A good way to track tantrums is frequency data, rubrics, duration data, or prompting level. Tantrums. Great. Duration. So frequency, we might not be able to see that whole picture there. ABC stands for, you should all get this one right. Always block consequences. After behavior causes, antecedent behavior consequence, antecedent behavior collect. Woohoo! You collect ABC data to determine if your intervention is working, figure out why the behavior is happening, know when to start the intervention, or to help prioritize staff training. Great, figure out why the behavior is happening. We're going to take that ongoing behavior data to know if our interventions are working. Another word for function is observable, the strategy, incompatible, or the why. Awesome, the why. So the function is the why that the behavior is occurring. Some functions of behavior are sensory, escape, attention, tangible, irresponsibility, attention, control, escape, control, attention, off-task, defiance, escape, sensory. Great. Sensory, escape, attention, control. A replacement behavior should be already known, harder than the negative behavior, taught only by the teacher, or incompatible with the negative behavior. Great. Incompatible with the negative behavior. Can't be done at the same time. Negative behavior can sometimes cause, negative attention can sometimes cause behaviors. False or true? Think about the Breakfast Club. Great, true. For interval data, the interval lengths can change. False or true? Awesome, false. Okay, people that put true, can I answer any questions here? So with interval data, remember, we want to have those interval lengths the same, and then we want to always be consistent, so we're comparing apples to apples, right? We're always comparing 5-minute intervals or whatever we're doing. Was that just maybe some misclicks? The weird false true order? You should include the supports your learner needs to be successful within your IEP goal. False or true? Great, true. Which type of prompt is the most invasive? Partial physical, visual, modeling, or indirect verbal? Yep, partial physical. You should chart data only when a lawyer is coming to the IEP, you think it will help show trends, your principal wants you to, or you are bored. Yay, you think it will help you show trends. No boredom in here. Paraprofessionals should never help collect behavior data. False or true? Awesome, false. And last one, what is treatment drift? You forgot about the intervention, you trained staff to implement the intervention, there's an unplanned or unintended change to the intervention, or the data shows no change. Yep, that unplanned or unintended change in our intervention. Awesome, you guys did very good on our post test. All right, so we are all set. And make sure everyone has the link for the Dropbox. And remember that behavior change is hard. So some of these things that are new are hard, and that's okay. And celebrate those baby steps, and those baby steps with yourself. If you set up one Google form, you are winning at life. So thank you all for sitting so nicely for 2 days.
Thank you so much, Sasha. We really, really appreciate you being here. I know everyone's learned a lot, and all these free goodies have just been amazing. We also have an evaluation here that is required through the autism grant from TEA that we have to turn in. Please make sure you do put your name of the district that's attending so that we can mark off that every district evaluated the training as well. And then everybody is also passing around